like Sabadina Moose, Randy.
Oh, he looks like him? Really? But he's an Arab.
Let's see.
Okay. I thought Sabadina was your friend.
No, Sabadina's an African.
Oh.
We're friends with Kyle.
Yeah. But he has black hair. Osama's hair is like more like brown. Like light brown. Did you ever debate him? Day 15?
Yeah.
Mr. Brown to Brown, Central.
I just think I can't stand guys on Kitover. Anyway.
But you support, you like his book, the Bitcoin Standard.
No, I don't. I think it's wrong.
Oh, okay. I thought you had thought it was good, so I got it on my Audible.
No. Stupid.
Oh. Why don't you teach about that stuff?
Maybe I should.
You can start with me. I've been asking. But you're like, you don't need to know.
Maybe you don't really think that. You really have to have a job. Yeah, and afterwards, is that what we want them to do? No, we want them to risk their lives giving birth to children.
Yeah.
Not that and financial work. Like, come on.
Yeah, it makes me, yeah.
You don't want that?
Yeah. I was thinking about how you thought I was cruel for saying what I said to Todd, I guess, whatever day it was, but,
I do think you were really cool.
should I call him and apologize?
Okay, well,
It goes around control. What
you didn't ask me what you were doing, man. You know what?
Well, the thing is, I don't think it was cruel. I think it was, I think he was the one that was cruel to me.
At some other unknown time. In a past life.
Yeah, a long time ago.
If you were that cool, why would you answer the phone? Think about it.
Initially, I answered the phone because I didn't know the number. And so I answered, I talked to him for a few minutes, I hung up. I didn't call him back. And then he called me when we were on Clubhouse, and you suggested I call him and put on speaker, and so I did. And then the later interactions were more of just like, I don't care about this person, but I'm curious what's going on. And so I guess you could say curiosity or boredom. But I was very, very much loyal to this guy and in love with him when I was young. Like but that was a different Noura than who I became. Like I saw him as this underdog type guy and misunderstood and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, that was when I was 19. And then I moved on from him. I got engaged to Tamer, who's a very good Egyptian that lived in Michigan. And then I broke his heart and went back to Tariq.
You see?
And then when I was 23, and I was still a virgin, he took that from me on my period, and it was very traumatizing. It was very traumatizing. I never had
to be classified as.
I mean, sure, we can call it. I didn't fight back. I asked fund it, and I wanted him to stop, but he yelled at me, so I just gave up. So I just didn't say anything. I figured if I fought it would be worse. But I never had an orgasm with him ever, because obviously I had sex with him afterwards, consensual, and I never had a single.
You pretend?
Never. I never
Did you
pretended.
care?
Nope.
Oh, that's a bad lover.
Exactly. That's why I could never be with him.
I could see that enraging a woman enough to call it rape later.
No, Diego.
Women care about.
No, I care about pleasing my husband. Like, I care about, like,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, so it's not about, it wasn't about, oh, I never orgasmed and they're enraged. No, he, like, tore my soul that night. Like, I don't want to say what exactly happened because it's just...
Because it'll be a big turn off.
King live stream.
No, it's not about it being a turn off. It's about it being harmful. Like, it was just, why should I repeat the details? But, yeah. I sold my diamond ring, actually. I told him to come get it because we got engaged after. Like, I was engaged to him when I was 24. It was a beautiful ring. And I told him to come get it, and he didn't. So I, like, held on to it maybe for a year or two, and then I sold it. I sold it for the exact price that he bought it.
Did it make you feel bad?
He was using my credit card, so he had accrued, like, credit card debt for me, so I just paid off my credit cards with it.
Nice.
Yeah. I reminded him, I was like, you know, you used my credit cards and never paid me back. He's a loser.
That's not cool. Not cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then again, you shouldn't have credit cards to begin with.
I do it for cash back. Like, I pay the statement balance and I get my cash back on it.
I get it.
You know what do you know like what I mean by cash back? Because I don't know if you use credit cards. Okay.
I'm a cash man myself.
I have cash on me because my brother had given me some cash and my uncle gave me cash. And my husband had, the last time I had seen him, he had given me cash, and so I like to have cash on me, but I don't like to spend it, like, kind of put it away, if that makes sense. Bowman versus Tin Man. How was your day?
Because I think that the Tin Man has no soul.
What's comedian's thought on that?
He went into the military. He loves the government. The government supports him.
Well, let me ask you this, because you had posted a picture before in uniform. You went to the military too?
I can't answer that with comedian recording.
Okay. Yeah. You know, it looks like my niece is going to be a redhead. She's so cute.
Oh.
I'm thinking of her because of the toys around me.
The boys?
Yeah, they were just over. I don't even know who Soul Man and Tin Man are supposed to be.
No. You're not going to get it. These are American references.
I know. What am I, just an Israeli lost in America because Palestine doesn't exist?
Well,
It Imagine if they just absorbed all the people and it was all Israel and there was never any occupation and everybody lived happily ever after.
Oh, sounds terrible. With Jews running it? Sounds like a dystopian nightmare.
Yeah. But you've seen it. Can't believe you did it.
Okay, Kirsty.
Nice. I've been wanting to detail the car myself. I can't believe Lou made a dating app, marriage profile on a Muslim app.
He wants it so bad.
I have a profile on the app, and he put it to where I could see him.
On purpose, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh man, that Lou, he just knows that Middle Eastern eye.
I think it's more of Indian that he loves more than Middle Eastern.
And Indian, yeah. He loves it. He's just obsessed with it.
Yeah, he really is. Randy is like, I like the white girls that don't ask, because when they don't ask, I give them, and the Arab girls are entitled. And Diego is like, you're right about so. I was like, I'm the only Arab girl Diego knows. So, Diego, you think I'm entitled?
Hell yeah.
That's sad.
But you are. Super entitled.
How so?
It's the way you carry yourself with it. Like, this is a typical, who's fighting all these fights in these colleges, yelling at the guy saying, you're a murderer, let my people go, I can't believe you're not doing this. Like, you've seen it.
Yeah. But I actually stayed away from
where are all the men? Where are all these men? Beating the women.
Yeah. But I agree with you. But I stayed away from protests for that reason. I didn't want to be around that stuff. I wanted to protect myself because I didn't want anything like what happened to me happen. But it happened.
Because you guys are entitled. So when it comes down, when you're in the real world, outside of daddy's home, life comes at you fast.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like Siddhartha, you don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you start building delusions of grandeur.
Sounds like mental illness. Back to the beginning of the conversation.
I mean, the guy saw so much pain that he developed a religion where he was the Buddha.
Who?
Siddhartha.
I don't know who that is.
The creator of Buddhism.
Okay. That's the creator of Buddhism? Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Comedian
cool
can tell you all about it.
I think comedian fell in the toilet.
We could only be so lucky.
You're usually pretty kind to him.
He's been extra mean to me lately, haven't you noticed?
I actually haven't noticed that. I thought he stopped saying the dandruff stuff. He stopped saying all the other stuff.
For like a day.
I know. I think he's being nice to me, and then the next breath, he starts saying the things that he says. Yeah. Comedian has been in the psychiatric hospital.
Oh, shit. I'm not surprised, but at the same time, you never mentioned it.
Yeah, he has. He's talked about it. He's openly talked about it. I remember. Comedian, tell us about your psychiatric hospitalization. I think he probably left the camera running and went to the gym. And is just streaming for Abby.
Oh, it's a big one, man. We're going over a stack. Here come.
Here you go.
Your fat ass, I wouldn't feed you anyway. I don't like the way your wig sit on your head.
I'm fucking dead.
But I'm not arguing for it. I just rode 2 miles on a bike and lit my celebratory blunt. What? That would be counterproductive to fuss.
Oh, me neither. Oh, that profile picture is gonna get y'all's hustling.
Virtually?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
That's
That's cool. It was just unprovoked. You went back and forth with me. I didn't go back and forth with you. You made a whole room about me. You want to be mad about a PTR? No, you're not just going to sit up here and try to fake bully somebody. I ain't do shit to you.
Shut up, Miles.
Who did it? I'll call the police. I'll take care of it.
It ain't nothing to take care of the world.
I assumed it was red because that girl's always starting some drama.
Look at you, Miles. Look at Miles.
Now she be removing his every time we get in the room.
Oh my God. What you be doing, Miles?
I thought Clubhouse was a safe space.
I'm ready to move my picture back. I don't even like the way this shit looks.
Hey, Diamond.
Hi, Miles.
How was your day?
It was pretty good, buddy. How was yours?
They banned me on Hinge.
Body.
Banned you on hands. What were you doing?
I have no idea. And then this appeal, they acted like you committed a homicide. They're like, you can put in an appeal. So I was like, how am I supposed to appeal something I don't even know? Then I checked back and it's like, your appeal was denied.
Miles, what was the last thing you did before you got banned?
I don't know. I be doing some wild stuff. I can't even lie. I thought about it and I'm like, well,
You know
I just think.
What is your definition of wild, Miles?
No, Miles.
I don't take myself that seriously, so
No,
a lot of
listen
these
to me.
women.
Do you know how many reports you have to get put in for you to get banned off of a dating website?
Oh, God.
Not
Miles.
necessarily.
No, Miles. What's the thing? There are literal trolls on. You looked it up on Reddit with other people that are just like you. You know how many reports you gotta get in order to get banned off of a dating website, brother?
You gotta
And
fucking
only
care.
trolls use Reddit. What are you talking about?
And you know what? The bad thing is that they say if you get banned on Hinge, then there's some type of thing where you can't use Tinder.
Look at you. You scared.
I'm not scared. I didn't do nothing. Okay?
No, Miles, you are actually the most ridiculous person on here.
She weird as shit, bro. She said, oh my God, bro.
What?
She said, I boomed the room. She said, I boomed the room. I'm weird as shit. I said, like, bro.
I boomed the room though.
I really don't give a fuck about this app, bro.
Say Little
Niggas
Diamond
need to
boomed
go-
the room.
Like, niggas need to go touch grass. Get outside, like.
Why am I accidentally just going there?
Coexistence now.
Say I boomed the room.
Who boomed the room?
gas installed.
What's an important person I've been, huh?
Changing the world one room at a time, Dr. Amos.
How you get reported, bro? What happened? You was being too straightforward.
Provocative.
Exactly, straightforward.
What did you say?
I don't know. I haven't looked. It didn't even tell me. So when I probably.
Stop stuttering.
Anyways.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, how could it say you're banned without a reason? It
Jordan,
says
let
you
me tell you
violated
something.
our
Miles
policy.
be up there fucking the fuck out.
Nah,
You understand me? He can't even tell you what he did because he knew he was bugging the fuck out.
Trust me, I seen it. Like when we was at the bookstore, where he said to that girl at Starbucks, I was like, nah, this nigga's crazy.
Oh yeah, Miles, you're going to jail.
This nigga's crazy, bro.
So what are you gonna do?
It's alright, bro. Just make a new account. Change your name.
No, his IP is there.
No, you can't. You can't, bro. They're using some AI shit like.
I got blocked. I got blocked. I mean, I got banned on BLK before.
Why'd you get banned?
I want to say it's because I told a white person on there that we can't have shit and that white people shouldn't be on an app called BLK because it's not called WHD. I want to say that's it because other than that, I wasn't really into anything. But I do recall that, so I don't know. That could have been it. Could have been hate speech.
I mean, I think I was
not over here antagonizing or being weird to people. It was just one incident. Miles, I can only imagine what you did, honey.
Why are you saying it like you know me personally?
It's not that. I'm just feeling your vibes.
Yo.
What could you imagine I've done? You literally ain't spoken to me for 2 minutes. So what did I do? Let's hear it.
No, let's hear what you did to get banned.
So you banned till 2026, fool?
Damn.
It's just ain't
You might as well just date in real life.
So they banned your IP address, bro?
I do both.
No,
I think they banned the IP, but you know, bro, it's all good. I'm not stressing it.
Now we're gonna get you back on that app, bro, because I know you need it. We're gonna get you back on that.
Yes.
Nah, I ain't gonna.
That was a low blow, Jay.
That was.
Nah, the app tough though. I called some joints off of that app tough. I ain't gonna lie with you. If I got banned, I don't know what I would do.
Shut the hell up, weirdo.
Stand behind him. And Ma Maruf can walk well. Lakin Jolin to find an Okihibu Dola, Okihibu Garwatan, Okihibu Yal, Tanasa Katoro. They are Zola leader. Zola Dikutu diesels. After 2 years, they are Namro Kida. After 2 years, Kida. After 2 years, become Gatar in Juba, the Tory, the Kenya. Gatar, train. What possible? In a Bruce, Gurus de Hasa, like Jamadelini. Mun ma bag the use Gurus de, Bukuram Bitala for Mukondisi, Mun Bukun to Baranda.
If in the cards.
You see?
When it comes to that, I am agnostic. I feel like
the sharpest tool on the shed.
That's right, nigga. I'm the sharpest tool, nigga. I'm the best tool, nigga. I'm the number 1 tool. He like, where my nigga at? Let me get a man. Yeah. My nigga, yeah, that's my nigga. Hey, he come to the shed just to
So
nigga, where man you at? Where man you at? Let me cut these guys up real.
Hey, chilling, bro. Chilling, bro. Don't make me waste my invite, bro. I don't even like it.
You nigga, that was Corinthians cut you up.
Coming in, bro. I don't even like the timing you coming in.
Yeah,
hate you. He knows better.
It's irrelevant. It's about how you feel.
Okay, so who's next in the queue?
That was Mercy.
That was
That was the right new guy, right?
that was you. And then Pop.
So, most people, if you've heard me speak in this room before, I think it's okay to be white. There's no issue with being white, and I have no problem with white people being able to claim whatever culture, whatever movements they like, want, X, Y, and Z. Nothing wrong with that. But I do, however, want to warn my white brothers and sisters, be very careful, because right now, what it looks like is happening is there are powers that want to essentially create what I term, and many people are terming now, called the woke right. You know, we just defeated the woke left. We just defeated the woke left. But there are a lot of people who want to take old ideas that are centered around race, that are centered around statistics that have to do with white and black, or painting white and black narratives that don't get to nuances and don't actually address the root cause of things in society that you don't like to see. Be very careful of falling into that trap. Because if you ask me, it's the same people that designed the platform and the funding for the woke left. They're now experimenting to do the same thing to the right to destroy it too, right? And the reason why I believe this with my heart is because I don't actually see those who are now falling into that trap actually addressing the root cause of legitimate gripes with other cultures or with other groups within the, within America. And so that's what makes me, think that, there's a concerted effort to make this happen. So all I'm saying is be careful.
I love.
For this situation is called.
Okay, what I want to do right here. Damn, Capone, I'm sorry, gang.
That whole per capita thing is just a, let's say, distraction from the greater issue, right? Because the issue I think Seventh was trying to show is that if you looked at all crimes, white and black, or blue and white collar crimes, the whites are doing numbers. They're doing numbers such that it's like innumerable, uncountable amount of transgressions and criminal activity that the whites are engaging in. And what they've done is they've played the old switcheroo distraction game. They say, oh, no, don't look over there. Don't look at those, security fraud. Don't look at those violations of all your civil liberties and rights per the government onto this citizenry. No. Look at Tyrone and that purse snatching. That's what you need to look at. And guess what? Whites are doing numbers in that area too. But when we compare the whites to the blacks, there's more blacks per capita than the whites per capita. See, they're the real problem, even though the whites are doing the numbers, right? So the issue is, are we trying to solve the problem, or are we trying to do a comparative analysis? Now, obviously, if you wanted to solve the problem, you have to deal with the whites, right? If you wanted to do a comparative analysis, the blacks are winning in that regard. But guess what? in the comparative analysis and the blacks having a greater percentage of criminalistic behavior, the whites are still doing numbers and putting everybody in a subjugation type situation that you don't want to be in, stealing out of your pockets, ruining your children's future, on and on and on and on, right? The real pernicious, cancerous stuff, right? The whites are doing those things. Tyrone's just like bothering you for the day. That's what he's doing, for the most part, right? There's some other stuff that'll ruin you for the rest of your life, but the whites are winning in that regard. Thank you. Have a nice.
Well, there's no question that the economic scale between the races and the whites are absolutely tipped in a gargantuanly larger category.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that?
Winning. But to be clear, I don't think that this is actually something that could be a big focus.
Shut up.
I don't think.
It was not a big focus?
I don't think black criminality or something is something that should get a lot of attention. Oh wow, this really needs to be addressed.
That's what the whole conversation was. That's the whole game. You created an entire segment to analyze black criminality compared to white criminality. That was what you wanted. What are you talking about? What do you mean? That's what we just did. What's happening? What is going on? I got.
He's mocking.
Oh, this is crazy. Own it. Y'all gotta own it.
The question about
the
something.
That was to just show. Well, I think people kind of dissent from this idea that black people are more likely to commit crime than whites, and this is just kind of a clean way to lay it out, at least a better way than what was tried when I was before I proposed this.
Yeah, I agree.
You bored the room, put your voice.
I disagree.
I appreciate that, new guy.
Yeah, so there's two houses. Both houses have 10 people. And one house has 4 people that committed the crime. One house has 5 people that committed the crime. You can say the one that has 5 people that committed the crime is more dangerous. I'm going to use that word. I'm going to use that triggering word. More dangerous. There's no question about it. I don't know why we're arguing this. But then we're going to say, you know what? The house that has 5 crimes committed, yeah, it's higher. But then guess what? The one that has the higher number of crimes committed doesn't actually have 10 people. It has 20 people. Versus the house that has 10 people that has 4 people committed crime. This is why per capita is important. I know you guys hate the word per capita. I get it. It's very triggering. It makes you feel like, no, this word was meant for just us. But no, per capita has a purpose. So if I had a house of 20, a house of 10, and the house of 20 had 5 crimes, and the house of 10 had 4 crimes, yes, it's true, the house of 20 has more crimes. But 6 out of 20 committed crimes versus 5 out of 10. Per capita does matter, and people in the insurance industry use these per capita numbers that you guys hate so much. There's a purpose for them.
I think you had a good point, but I do think that where people go wrong is they take a blanket analysis, and so now it's okay. I think where you have to start looking is where do you deem there to be a threat to your own personal safety or well-being. And for example, if you are a white person and you look at black folks and you're like, okay, I need to know exactly what is the likelihood it is for me to be a victim of a violent crime. Well, you gotta look at who are the victims of black people committing violent crime. And as it is with most races, most recipients or most victims of violent crime are usually made a victim by someone in their own race. And so now you have to almost look at, well, okay, then out of all the violent crime that black people commit, what is the racial breakdown? And you'll find that a lot of it is really just based off of long-standing, not just proximity by itself, but proximity in association with shit like, perhaps family disputes, gang disputes, things that happen, crimes of passion, that are relative to their environment. So when you see, if you're in bumblefuck nowhere and you see a random black person and you start saying, oh my God, look at this, says a per capita just walked into our store, and you just start fucking having a meltdown. I mean, that is kind of that might be, maybe that woke right element that somebody brought, I think Benjamin King earlier, we just started becoming a motherfucking like full blown, you know, yeah, I don't know. You just started becoming a fucking panicky freak, you know, who you all of a sudden you don't want to go outside and shit. So yeah, that's all.
Are we having a queue or is this over?
What?
No, I think it's over.
Are we trying to figure out what you just?
Oh, okay. Well, then we probably want to go. Well, I'll just say that King, you've talked to Enoch before.
Yeah, so Enoch and myself.
I knew he was gonna do that.
Along with Dewey. Oh my God. Harvey, you have something else you want to speak on?
Harper just wants to.
No. I just knew that he was gonna pass the buck and he was gonna do like the game show.
Nobody even talking to me.
I think he was gonna do the game show, like, you know, Price is Right sort of thing, and just bring it all down.
Okay,
to the
right. You're literally just talking and concrete's clapping over.
Shut the fuck
anyway,
up, you racist piece of shit.
All right, be quiet.
Whoa.
Well, you use the N-word like all the time.
We had to do a small room one day with just Angela and freaking what's your name now, Harper. We got to do this for someday. Because I've heard you guys bicker back and forth for like over a year now.
Oh yeah, he's all he. But anyway, but King,
I don't understand. That's the problem.
Harper,
I'm not understanding.
Harper, can you just? But King, you talked to Enoch. Did you guys talk about theism?
Harper, can you just celebrate whiteness, please?
Yes. All right.
Please do. Yeah. So we didn't. So I don't remember us talking on any issue with God, but the way that he operates under the conversation that had to do with China, America, business, population, I wasn't very impressed. Now, Dewey can back me up because Dewey participated in the conversation too. I'm not saying Enoch is not. I'm clear that the guy is smart, but I think he sort of like he sort of like uses his showmanship, which is a good quality to have. He uses that as a way to sort of, you know, cover up the fact that he didn't know a lot of things. Like, for instance, the population collapse that's coming to China. There was a lot of things that he wasn't familiar with, but his showmanship got him places. So I'll give him that.
Wait until he employs his showmanship in theism. The argument you won't know.
And again, the guy's clearly smart. But again, I think, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, if you're going to have a conversation, then you're going to, you know, do the whole confidence thing, then at least know what you're talking about. So.
Well, he said it.
No!
He said
I'm gonna be honest. So.
He said atheism is manifestly true.
Yeah, I'd love to see him substantiate.
Yo, you saying he got exposed?
Manifestly, do you consider so if you say, for example, that the concept of God, like just merely trying to conceptualize God is a manifest falsity, I think that might be a better way to frame.
What do you mean by manifest falsity? What is that?
Well, essentially, it's inherently false and self-evidently false because it's inconclusive.
Yeah, that's just not true.
From out the gate, like when you try to define God and try to take on the approach of saying, hey, this is God and this is the God that I believe in.
Let him finish, Solomon. We gotta hear him out.
Please, no. I mean, what did you say, manifest falsity?
Yeah.
Right, so manifest falsity and the way you define it would, like, that would, relate to something like there are no elephants in, like, serving in the White House or serving in Congress, right? That's manifest, like, the words you use could apply to something like that. But how
would it always have to be physical or like?
Because I can prove inherently that most people believe, or it is actually true, that there are no elephants serving in Congress.
Has anyone ever proven that? That's no, as far as like evidence.
You said has anyone ever
there are no elephants in the White House?
Has anyone ever proven that?
You meant that physically, right? Like there are no elephants physically in the White House.
How else would I mean that?
So has anyone ever proven that?
Yes, sir. Yes, there are no elephants currently serving.
Even serving, like the title of it, right? Okay. So as far as
so you can prove a negative. So I'm trying to see how you use that word combination to prove God doesn't exist. So.
Well, it's not a one-to-one comparison though. Your example is not going to be.
It is, sir. I proved the negative. You can prove a negative, so I'm trying to see how you're proving God doesn't exist beyond using, the combination of those two words.
Well, but you're not. You can't just hold those two words exclusively to the way that you.
No, you gave the definition. Now, how does that correlate?
Well, a manifest falsity doesn't need to be something like, hey, okay, there are this many, jobs that are, in the executive branch, and no elephants serve in them. You can. It's like, okay, that's not the only way to say there's a manifest falsity.
So, Enoch, how again? How have you proven it? That's already checkmate over. That's what I told you.
Over
so
who?
How have you proven, Enoch, that God does? Do you see how I just proved elephants don't serve in Congress? That negative, I just proved that. So in the same way, show me God doesn't exist.
So let me tell you this, right? First of all, because I reject the premise that you're starting with as it is. And here's why. Because the premise that you're trying to start with and trying to get me to walk down is not the full breadth of what we're going on. The fact is, when it comes to the concept of God, God has
manifest falsity.
Yes.
You said that. I didn't say that. I'm telling you to substantiate.
And then you gave an example.
Come on, King. Let him finish, King.
Well, yeah, multiple people. So there's like desperation.
No.
That sounds like desperation. Just let me. Yeah. So when you say that there's a manifest falsity, there's an honest assessment that comes from saying, hey, okay, this is literally something that is either unfalsifiable. This is something that you literally cannot. How do I put this? Not just unfalsifiable, right? But it's unfalsifiable, and it's also, for lack of a better word, it's also something that you can infinitely shift the goalposts of. So, for example, when it comes to God, you assign yourself authority, and this is my premise in general. You assign yourself a lot of authority when you start to define God and say you believe in it. When you say I believe in God and what God is a singular entity who is the creator of the universe and is the intentional governor of all things within the universe. Just by saying that, you make multiple assumptions that go without completely any substance. You are already saying, okay, this entity is a singular entity. This entity is willfully governing the universe. This entity does not have any help. You're not a polytheist. You're making a lot of assumptions based off of the definition itself. The definition is already relying on the inherent belief. It's almost like you're asserting God by defining it. And that in and of itself is a major flaw. Like, it's a structural flaw in the rationale to say, hey, God is real.
God by defining him is a flaw?
Your assertion of so by
no, he's saying you're asserting superiority.
Asserting God by defining him.
No, stop. He's saying that you're asserting superiority when you say that I believe in God.
Get out of it. Let them talk the one-on-one. No one needs. Let him explain what he's trying to say.
Explain that to me. Asserting God by defining him is a flaw?
It's a flaw because the terms that you're using in order to lay out your definition of God is an assertion. If you just make an assertion and there's no substantiating those terms that you're using to make that assertion, then you have a structural design. Now you have multiple points to prove before you even get past the conversation of saying, hey, this entity is real. You have to prove that the God of the Bible is not more or less real than the polytheistic Egyptian lore.
So that's it.
Let them do it.
No, that's literally it. When you say God is, he is a entity that created the known universe. Nobody says God is a singular entity.
Yeah, nobody says that. So
okay,
whenever we have this conversation, this is why I need to focus you, because you're all over the place. So if someone gives you a definition that corresponds with reality, what about that type of definition? Not a straw man like you just tried to do, but an actual textbook definition that theists have used for thousands of years to make these arguments. What about that definition?
Give an example.
No. Don't try to shift the burden, because what I'm still trying to see from you made the statement that manifests falsity, that God doesn't exist by that. So I'm still waiting for that.
So again, right, when you try to define God, every single iteration of God that that's well known, even the polytheistic deities, you have to, in order to believe in them, you have to first make assertions within your definition based off of stuff that have no credible evidence. You have to, when you say, okay, I believe in the Egyptian pantheon. All right, well, that means that you believe that that Ra and you know, just a bunch of these other deities are basically more real and are as involved in the creation of the universe collectively, and you're making that assumption, you're making that assertion, and that comes in a direct conflict with the belief in a singular God, one-track intentional creator to the universe. Now you go into the other continual qualities. Okay, well now they're also continually involved in the process of the universe. Some theists are deists. Some theists, they'll say, well, God creates the universe, but it might not regard the universe, and it's not an active governor over the universe. Just in the definition, you have to break down the actual definition. If you give one sentence and say, hey, this is God, the words that you use within that sentence, which is what I keep trying to get people to understand, the words that you use within that sentence are assertions. They are assertions that do not come with self-evident truth. They actually come in the absence of truth. They come in the absence of evidence, of credible evidence. The closest thing that we have is, as a reference, is going to be basically the religious text or the carried down lore that introduced the person trying to define God to that concept of God in the first place. The problem with that is that I can do that for Harry Potter. The problem with that is I can do that for any other deity that I wanted to in a book that inspired me.
Yeah, so Enoch, I want to be very clear. So what I'm hearing from you is you're using references like the Egyptian pantheon, Harry Potter, and all of these other fictional texts to essentially say that there is no possible way that God exists.
So again, what I'm saying is that the definition,
those are the things you brought up. You used the word manifest falsity. It's a reductive. And you're using Egyptian pantheon, you use Harry Potter, and some other things in the word salad to essentially present as evidence that there is no possible way God exists.
How did I use those words? Did I just randomly name drop them?
Those were your references.
How did I use them though? What was the purpose of
use manifest falsity?
Can you see why I brought them up?
Use those two words as a way of saying that you can prove God doesn't exist. And so when I asked you to substantiate that, you brought up the Egyptian pantheon, you brought up Harry Potter, and a number of other fictional texts as your reference for that proof.
You got blindsided by you got blindsided by the names that were referenced, and then completely lost the logical track of what I'm bringing up. I'm mentioning the Egyptian pantheon because they're a very famous example of polytheism. But when you say God is, hey, this is God. He is the divine creator of the universe, and most of them usually say that it's a loving and well-wishing entity that governs over all actions within the universe. You got to start with each word that I just used. He is, boom, okay. That comes in a direct contrast with different pantheons that say, no, it's never been he. It's actually been multiple creators of the universe. It's actually been a demiurge. It's actually been this and that and the third. And that right there is like, okay, now how do you actually substantiate your claim of the singular God versus another claim from another belief system that once ruled the world that said, hey, there were like 5 or 6 gods, or there are like a Mount Olympus of gods? How do you say that your claim is more concrete than theirs towards that singularity of a divine being?
Yeah, that's simple, because our claims and our beliefs correspond much more with reality as it's been given.
How so?
Yeah, there's a number of ways. One would be obviously the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. But outside of that, you could also use some of the classical arguments around the kalam, right? The teleological, the moral arguments, the transcendental.
You're summarizing there, but you brought up.
I'm giving you weight I could substantiate that.
Well, actually, Joe, you're referencing
I'm pretty sure you've heard these arguments before. But again, don't try to get away from it. Have you substantiated how you've proven God doesn't exist?
And that's been my point.
You made the claim of manifest falsity, that there's a manifest falsity in the nature of God's existence, meaning I can show you God doesn't exist.
But there's an absence of credible evidence when you bring up those examples. You didn't actually use any of them as credible evidence.
This is on your claim. This is not mine. You're trying to shift the burden. I'm trying to see how you're showing that God doesn't exist.
The burden of a concept of something is within the definition of that concept as it pertains to observable reality. You're the one who claimed that observable reality dictates that there would be a monotheistic deity that runs.
I never said any of that. I never said any of that, sir. I never said any of that.
So why did you bring up the life? What did you say for life, death, and rebirth of Christianity of Jesus Christ?
For the audience, this man has yet to substantiate that manifest falsity in the context of those two words, that God does not exist.
I did. Manifest falsity.
Okay, so you're saying you did. So watch this closely.
Go ahead.
What was your evidence that God manifest in a manifest falsified way doesn't exist? What was your evidence?
The necessity of the definition of the concept that you are trying to say exists, right? Okay, God doesn't exist. Let's go back to your reference. There are no elephants that serve in the White House at this time. And maybe I'll shift it a little bit, right? I'll say no, I don't have to, right? No, you can hear this, and you'll like this. There are no elephants literally physically in the White House at this time. There's no elephants. Now, that's probably true, right? But can you prove it?
No.
Someone can go through the entire White House
my example. I know I used my example, so you couldn't do what you just did.
So here's the problem, right?
So stop playing games, sir. There's a reason why I said there are no elephants serving in the U.S. Congress.
I know why you said that.
Or serving in the White House.
Because it was deceptive.
We can prove that. We can absolutely prove that.
Because who serves in the White House?
Prove that. So what I need you to do is absolutely prove that God doesn't exist.
You've played fully into my hand by using that reference, and you tried to be deceptive, and it ended up working against you. Because when you say elephants, there are no elephants that are serving in a position at the White House. You are taking tangible, repeatable qualities such as the list of jobs that are in the White House, the list of roles that are laid out and defined at the beginning of a presidency, and the human beings that are meant to fulfill that role. When it comes to the concept of God, you have the privilege, if you're going to maintain the concept of God, you have the privilege, and most God believers have used the privilege of the gaps that they are provided. They're able to say, we can't see God, and he's not here, but he's within every atom within us, and you can't see those either. You're able to shift perpetually and provide no repeatable, measurable basis to the claim of its physical existence. So your example, and you trying to bring elephants serving in the White House. Maybe it's because you're like half listening, but again, you brought up an example of jobs that are in the White House, like the executive branch.
No, I didn't, sir.
Positions that are in the...
Very clear. There are no elephants. You see how I made a positive claim for a negative thing. There are no elephants serving in the United States Congress. That is a provable claim. It's provable.
That is as provable as me saying there is no God.
You have evidence that God does not exist.
You have literally given me the same thing. That's like me saying there is no God.
Whatever you use, manifest, falsify, like it's some fucking fancy term, right? Some fucking fancy hotep shit.
So what is it?
So show me, substantiate that shit.
What is an elephant?
You yet to substantiate it.
What is an elephant?
You brought up the Egyptian pantheon. You brought up Harry Potter. You brought up a couple of other fictional things. But I have yet to see how that substantiates that God doesn't. That's evidence that God doesn't exist. That's retarded.
What is an
I'm
elephant?
trying to be cool. I'm trying to be. But Andrew,
That's okay. What is an elephant? What is an elephant?
It's an animal, sir.
How do you down 25 points right now?
You said how do I know that an elephant is an animal?
How do you know an elephant exists?
How do I know? What do you mean? How do I know an elephant exists? What type of evidence would you need that an elephant exists? Do you need me to have a picture of an elephant?
With respect to yours, but also the listeners' intelligence, right? We can say that elephants
This is bad, Enoch. This is really bad, bro.
Andrew, what it sounds like, he's simply making a case that you can't discover truth because all you have is comparison between models. He's not really making a case for like non-existence.
No,
that's not true. I'm going by the example he gave. So he gave that example. There are no elephants sitting in a position in the White House. So I'm asking you, what is an elephant? Now we all have seen elephants. We've seen them. We know somebody who's probably been in the same vicinity as one. Elephants are real. They're real, tangible things. You can count the number of elephants in a given place at a given time.
Okay.
That is already like dramatically different from you saying from the statement that there is a God. I can say there is no God in the universe. I got you. I can say that there is no God in the. I can say that there is no God in the universe.
No, you can't.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because if you've never seen, it's a straight up argument for ignorance.
If you've never seen an elephant before in your life, and nobody else that you've ever met has ever seen an elephant in your life.
Enoch, do you realize the common denominator in every room are the atheists? The atheists actually are disagreeing with you. Like you're like the denominator.
There's people who agree with me too. The usual suspects will.
Enoch, look at the chat. There's no one that agrees with you.
Enoch, I'm not looking at the atheist, Enoch.
I'm not looking at the chat.
Let's make it a teacher moment. Can we make it a teacher moment?
That's right. We don't need to. We don't need to because you're trying to you're shifting the conversation.
Enoch,
right? You're trying to talk about something else.
Just listen.
Yeah, can we make it a teacher moment?
Enoch, please, sir. You're essentially making an argument from ignorance. Anticus correctly pointed that out because, and respectfully, this is the logical conclusion when dealing with this, like going down the road and this path. You essentially start to deny anything has meaning or definition.
That's not what I'm doing. You're getting me off before, then you're saying that's what I'm doing.
You're trying to establish that there is no way to know for certain that an elephant is what it is.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Yes, it is.
No.
You guys are absolutely. I just told you that elephants exist, and I hear we all know that.
Hold on.
So y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear the words.
Let me just tell him. I'll explain to him. So King, what he's saying is when he said that he can prove that God doesn't exist, he can't prove a negative, and you said I can show that there's no elephants currently in Congress. He's trying to say that this isn't a defeater for his position because an elephant is like a material thing. And that's why he's saying, what is an elephant, right? So since he's saying that there's a difference between a God, an immaterial thing, and our centralization, and an elephant, a material thing, this isn't a defeater for what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
He still has to show, that it's impossible for God to be immaterial. That it's impossible for God to be made up of a substance that's different from both immaterial and material. How would you show that that is the case? You're making a claim that you can prove something doesn't exist. Yes, you do.
Hold on, I think one easy way to get to it is just to say that he was making an absolute statement. You can't prove a negative, and that absolute statement is undermined by this particular instance. So therefore, he's wrong. No, just that's it. Because any other way is like
the problem is you're what if God is not material? Well, fuck. How about this? Let's continue to shift the bucket.
I understand that. You know, my favorite thing is calling out absolute statements. The problem with Enoch, though, is Andrew told me to have this conversation with him, right? So I was especially when he said the word manifest. I wanted to see what his tactic was going to be. So
You needed someone else.
Analogy works.
But it didn't. His analogy didn't work. Here's the problem.
We can find common ground. That statement.
Never gonna learn.
So
He's never gonna learn if he doesn't actually
surely
see
we
how
can
bad
find
this
some
is.
common ground. That statement.
Now he thinks what you just did proves him right.
No, because I proved myself right, and he's just reiterating what I was saying. He's reiterating what I was saying. He was someone who was actively listening, and you were actively interrupting. That's all you were doing. You didn't hear anything. So you're playing this.
What you said was ridiculous, sir. And you're still arguing like it's coherent.
It's just words. Like you're just saying it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's get back to the actual logic, right? The actual logic is this. Now here's the point. You're already saying, okay, well, God would be an immaterial entity. It would be immaterial. Okay, that is already a shift of the goalpost.
Yo, Enoch, can you hold on a second? You are what you want to say?
At the very least, we can negate it. We can definitely prove it.
Not if you shift the goalpost enough and refuse to.
No. Not like in principle, it is possible to prove a negative, right?
Yeah, if you're honest, but if you refuse to concede to the negative and the lack of evidence for the existence.
Claims like there is no blank are in principle provable, right?
As long as you're honest about it. So, because there's always a way, especially when you make an entity immaterial.
Well, there's not always a way, but those types of claims aren't principally unprovable.
For example, okay, there's no elephants that are serving a job in the White House or in the executive branch. Well, what if there's a secret job? What if it's like on the secret menu? What if it's a secret menu of jobs? What if it's like an elephant that's honorary assigned to the Secret Service? Maybe that's what's the line of thinking of God is. I'm using your
So you ever drop it in an open and you see shadows, those ecstatic lids. It's nighttime. Let's say it's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Sadness closes in between your eyes.
And the lights are on in the house. And so you say to yourself, there's somebody home, right? Because the lights are on. But sometimes the lights could be on and there's nobody home. Did y'all know that?
That's true.
Nobody got it? The lights are on, but there's nobody home. There you go. I see it clear.
It's like, what is that? In the concept of simple, is that what that is? You can think. Like, imagine I said, there is no Coke can in this small little box. You can open it and prove that, right?
Yeah. Unless you say it's a metaphysical, invisible, transcendental Coke can. Which is what people say about the existence right now of Coke can. So if somebody says, hey, that's a metaphysical, transcendent Coke can, you can't see it, you can't touch it, but it's there, I promise. Now, what do you say to that person that says that?
What do they say all the time?
He's saying, okay, if you have an empty Coca-Cola box, then you can say that there are no Coke cans in this box. So if someone responds to you and says, hey, there's an invisible, metaphysical, immaterial Coke can in this box, I promise.
That's a contradiction in terms.
What do you say?
All you're saying now is that if you set up a question in such a way that the thing that you're trying to prove cannot be proven, then you can't prove a negative. I agree, but that's like really uninteresting and prove that.
That's my point. You created a contradiction in terms. You're using terms that don't actually correspond to reality. Right? You're essentially describing a square circle.
Right. That's got it. You're literally agreeing with me.
Yeah, but we're not doing it. We're not doing it. You're strong man. You're strong man in terms of position.
You're agreeing with me. Okay, so if I say that there is a giant...
Do you know what a straw man is? Do you know what a straw man is?
Sure.
Okay, so do you understand you just did that?
Are you saying
you're using the definition? You're using analogy. You're using analogy as if you are analogy.
He doesn't know.
To argue about concepts.
That's not your argument. I want that. I introduced the invisible can.
Are you saying, Enoch, that this particular conception, that these conceptions of God cannot be disproven? Is that your point?
No, I'm agreeing with what you said about you said if you show me a box that's a box of Coke cans and it's empty, then you can reliably say that there are no Coke cans in this box. And what a lot of the God believers do is they take that exact same box and they say, well, there's actually like an invisible spiritual.
No, we don't.
You don't? Oh, you don't?
Hold up. Do you think that that is an unprovable claim?
That's a claim that's not sound to begin with, because if you don't provide anything that even remotely supports that, good.
If someone says there is a spiritual, ethereal ghost can in this box, there is no such Coke can in this box, do you think that is an unprovable claim?
I mean, it's manifest falsity. Because like they've decided that it's a spirit. Like again, until there's
Stop trying to think ahead like 4 steps where you think this argument is going to go and just answer the question.
I'm with you.
So if someone says there is no ethereal spiritual Coke can in this box, do you think that is an unprovable thing?
Okay, someone says that the box is empty, there are no Coke cans in there. Is that unprovable? Is that your question?
No. Someone says this following statement: there is no ethereal, invisible Coke can in this box. Do you think that statement is an unprovable claim?
No, I think it's like
one step right quick, yo. There's someone that
do you think that is approvable?
Hold on, 1 second. There's someone that just came to the room who I haven't seen in a long time. They're down there seat.
Do you think that is an unprovable claim?
Donald is that guy.
I just think to have a functional, to have a functional, functionally interface with reality. To functionally interface with reality, you have to reject certain testimonies and certain, premises from the lack of standing that come with them. That's just exactly what that invisible Coke can is. It's a lack of.
You're still not understanding. You're still not getting. You're still not given sufficient, or really any evidence that you've proven God doesn't exist. None of these things you're bringing up prove that God doesn't exist. You're just proving that some people might be illogical, or that some people might believe in things that are untrue or not good arguments. But that is not proof for God's non-existence.
So, and I'll frame it exactly the way I did the last time that I spoke on this topic, which is by saying what God is, by giving a definition. So if a God is, no. Because look, when you ask, hear me out, right? So say I'm a Christian or whatever, right? I'll say that God is, what is God? He is the intentional creator of the entire universe, who has no beginning and end, has a general, well wishes for its creations, and is the active governor over all things within the universe. That's like something that I think a lot of people, know their head fakes believe. So if I say that, what we have to now do is look at the terms that I used just now to define God and say, okay, where's the basis for any of these terms? Does it correspond with reality? Sure. So now your point of contention is, well, you still haven't proven it false. But the problem...
You made a positive claim that you could prove a negative
fair to say that we have. So the thing is, when you look at that example of the so-called Coke box, for example, right? Yeah. It's something that's like in front of you for the universe itself is something that I think it's fair to say that we all, none of us have seen.
Those Republicans.
So we have to glean. What is that? Because we have to glean the structure of the universe and the structure of reality, and we have to no, I got you. We have to determine, okay, based off of what we have been able to observe at the farthest
That's the nun.
within the known universe, we have to go back what have been the consistent properties that make up the universe as we know it, as reality as we know it. And all the properties that make up everything from even what forms the Big Bang Theory to when we look at so we don't, right? But we have to go by what we do have access to at the furthest span. But here's the thing, we have to go by what we have access to at the furthest span. Because again, right, if we go far enough out into the universe past what we can observe, then we can create anything into existence. So we have to know what has been considered. No, I'm talking about like you can assume that anything is past the observable universe. You can say, hey, there are unicorns outside of the observable universe. Okay, that's the so have we already debunked this? Who is this guy?
You know how we did that.
I just understood that Donald should be speaking. I don't want to let him tell me what I'm going to
I just should. I mean, look, I'm not going to drag this out, but I'm saying is this. In order to have a functional world, in order to even just have like atoms for technology that we use every day, to medicine, to everything that makes life fucking worth it, as compared to in order to here's the problem, right? You can prove a negative by making observations as far as we have the capacity to observe the universe. And if there's something that is negative on this thing, present with, look, I'm pointing out the negative right now. Yeah, but you see, you can repeat like terms, and then you can like attach your argument to the dimension of the Egyptian pantheon. You mentioned Harry Potter and the Egyptian pantheon. That disproves God.
Schrodinger's cat is and you're claiming, Enoch, that you know definitively there's the cat is dead. Enoch, the cat is dead. Schrodinger's cat, and you're like, the cat is dead. You're like, you're a strong man me now. That's what you want to do. Enoch, you did not do good. I did amazing. Amazing. Thank you. All right. We'll reconvene.
Devoted to the only nothing but the ball.
Like in a religious sense?
Yes. Yes. Highly religious. I'm joking. No. Yes. Not.
Hey, Nick!
King and Arnold. I'm very, very interested in that part.
Hey, Nick! It's me, Cindy Stumpo. I'm at a work construction site. I'm looking at over 50 workers. I don't know how many of them are Mexican or illegal. Doesn't matter to me. I'm building houses, Nick. The name is Cindy Stumpo. Here's my business card. Let me know if you want to invest. I got a great new startup for you. It's a technology app. It's information technology. It's gonna be one of the biggest apps of the world. Cindy Stumpo knows. Just give me your money. And I'm gonna go build another 100 houses with another 1,000 Mexicans. I'm Cindy Stumpo. Nobody fucks with me. I build houses all over the fucking place. I got thousands of fucking workers. I'm worth $400 fucking million. Do you know Grant Cardone? Do you even know who the fuck I fuck with? I'm Cindy Stumpo, motherfuckers. Do you know Grant Cardone and Nelson the Beggar and Jonathan Bing? The Jonathan Bing. I'm fucking Cindy Stumpo, bitch. I run this town. Don't forget it. Here's my business card, Cindy Stumpo. Is this Cindy Stumpo, you motherfucker? Don't you tell me who the fuck can work at my fucking construction site. So you say he doesn't have his fucking papers? Here's my fucking business card, Cindy Stumpo. You can call my attorney. I wouldn't do that if it wasn't for you, Nick, but that shit is funny, isn't it? It's really funny. So I'm live streaming this on a whole bunch of different platforms. I'm about to record some poetry, some powerful magic hypnosis. And I've been playing music now on YouTube and on Clubhouse and creating music content, and it's going pretty good. You know why, Nick? Because I put on a Pepe mask with a Trump hat, and the videos are going viral. And I'm calling myself Mr. Iran Tehran, and I'm basically pulling like a Borat, and I'm pretending to be like an Iranian. You know, I don't know if you know this, Nick, but when I was in the 7th grade, I was the president of the United States of America in the play called Annie. I was Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the 7th grade. And isn't that kind of crazy? Because I beat out 8th graders for the role as the president. And it was because of my audition. It was because I practiced. I practiced the scenes, and I improv'd as well because, you know, things were nothing big, but I had to sing a song. I sang Tomorrow. FDR sings Tomorrow in Annie. That was my song. Tomorrow, tomorrow. I was so fucking nervous. I was like, how is this even possible that I can sing this song? But, you know, when you're a young prepubescent kid, anybody can sing a song because it's just kids singing, you know? It's like, it's not opera. It's fucking kids singing, and, you know, it's hypnotizing. So I was an early hypnotist in the 7th grade. Our English is, our music teacher's name was
Dr. King Cohen. I don't know why the fuck he had the doctor title, but he was teaching music in the 8th grade, and he was a doctor. And he wore a toupee, and he looked like he was about to pop. And he really did know music, though. He was like a real conductor. It was kind of amazing. Some people really know music, because it's technical. But not me. I fucking build. I've been building houses for 55 fucking years. And this is Cindy Stumpo. Here's my fucking business card. I got an app for you I want you to look at. I want you to invest in this young kid's app. He's an up-and-comer. Let's be honest. He's a fucking up-and-comer, this Nelson Apega kid. I showed him how to lie on a mortgage application 10 fucking years ago. This kid has taken out $55 fucking million in mortgage loans because of me, Cindy Stumpo. You don't have to be honest when you file. You gotta be honest when you gotta settle. Let's be honest, It all comes down, because once you got the fucking money, then the lawyers and the banks, and I'm fucking Cindy Stumpo. I got 5,000 fucking workers at 35 construction sites. We're competing with the biggest home builders in America. Hortons. Home builders. Talk to Grant Cardone. He knows how much stress there is in building fucking homes. When you gotta deal with the subcontractors, the general contractors, the managing brokers, and the fucking real estate agents. I fucking hate them all. My name is Cindy Stumpo. I basically created the home builder model. I'm an early innovator. Not many people know this. Grant knows this story, but I only told Grant this because I tell the young kids good things so they can follow in my fucking footsteps. And that's why I told all my friends to invest in Nelson Apega's incredible chatter app, because Jonathan Bingham, he fucking rebroadcast chatter into fucking Clubhouse. And nobody even uses fucking Clubhouse anymore. There's no fucking party hats. But you go to Chatter, there's a lot of fucking party hats. So what does that tell you? That means people, you're going to want to invest in this Chatter app. Let me refer you to my friend Jonathan Bingham. He's got all the details, and he'll give you the invested perspective. You'll have to sign a non-disclosure. Also, of course, we'll have to qualify you as a registered investor. So, if you don't have a minimum of $250,000 liquid capital, we're not going to be able to work with you. I can show you my portfolio, you can show me yours, but mine is bigger than yours. Let's be honest, I'm Cindy fucking Stumpo. I got 3,500 fucking Mexicans working right now, and Trump is busting my fucking balls, but let's be honest, I'm happy he's kicking them out. In fact, I fucking doxed all of them with fucking ice. With his fucking ice. I told them exactly where they were. ICE agents came and picked them up. I said, don't anybody say nothing, or you ain't gonna get your pay this Friday. That's what I told all my fucking workers. I'm fucking Cindy Stumpo, and here's my business card. This is like my Tim Dillon impersonation of Cindy Stumpo. That would be a funny video, right? Yeah. This is why, like, doing these performances and not filming them are, it's the definition of insanity to, like, not record this stuff. It just takes too much energy to do these Cindy Stumpo impersonations. It's probably I think it's one of my funny impersonations, the Cindy Stumpo impersonation. Stumpo, what a fucking name, Stump. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Americans are amazing. Because it is like a question of willpower in so many ways. Because it's a lot of it is performative because there's people who really do the work, and then there's people who just like do this management, the supervision. So if you can fake it till you make it, I mean, the thing is, I just can't even imagine Grant Cardone worrying about a tenant, who caused some property destruction at one of his 800,000 apartment unit complexes. I mean, it's like, dude, at the end of the day, you're a fucking investor at some point. I mean, if you have a portfolio of 100,000 apartments, and it's like, I mean, I don't know. I met somebody once in college. I was the president of the investment club, and he just came in. It was Nick. It was literally like our college alumni, Cindy Stumbo. He came in. He's like, "This is the equation, you fucking idiots. This is the fucking equation. And I used this fucking equation my whole life to acquire over 80,000 apartment complexes in the southeastern United States, you little fucks. You see this fucking equation? This is the fucking equation. I don't buy shit if this equation doesn't have this fucking number, motherfucker, or less." And I was like, So that's your whole presentation to us? Interesting. I still can't, I don't even know what that equation was, but obviously it was like a cost benefits analysis equation. I mean, okay, now you get the ratio. It's like, there's so many other components. He was a cool guy though. I mean, all business. Yeah, I saw Tim Dillon here in Chicago at Rivers Casino. I took this really hot chick. I don't think she was impressed because after she gave me a kiss at the end of the night, I was like, my grandmother kisses better than you. But yeah, Tim Dillon was very funny. Very, very funny. I recorded it. I think I put it on Clubhouse when I was listening to it, but neither here nor there. He is one fat piece of shit. And I should go to the gym and not be a fat piece of shit. But what's cool about Clown House now is if you get kicked from a room, it automatically bounces you to a new room. So that means it's like I can walk away. I can walk away because of the preview function, and it'll just constantly play Clubhouse, which is exactly what I've always wanted. This is the world famous Prince, Palestinian terrorist piece of. Imagine. See, I just got kicked. Oh no, now I'm in the room. I didn't even touch the phone.
وراكم نزلتوه شكاوى منزله ما جاوب
بطل تبغانا نسب البحرين نسب الكويت بس ما راح نسب
يا عم انت ليش Guys, what is open your mouth and you use the syntax to communicate a word that you don't create, you are communicating in a language.
What is a chihuahua a dog, and our dogs canines, and our canines wolves?
They've been breeding like humans for a long time, like especially in the slave times. They were breeding the slaves and shit to make them more like stronger and bigger, Same thing as genetics. It's like when you do a hybrid with the marijuana, when you do two strains and you hybrid them together. We're messing with genetics.
Yeah, they took him out though. He good though. Who?
Funny with the money, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the paper, the visa, capisha. I'm out like the papers. Who the head honcho? Slick like Rumacho, cool like Camacho.
Running for like Senator and Mayor of Chicago, shit like that. I'm scared to look at my split. Literally goes.
He's like, you're running for, what did he say? Something about the mayor of Chicago.
Tweet about.
All right, Nick, we in the spot.
After the rally,
we in the clip. We with Jonathan Bingham.
Tweeted the conference of
Without Daphne, I would have got charged But they got Daphne was there to save me. I love you, Daphne. Welcome to the Delson of Paga and the Cindy Stumpo Grand Cardone Million Man Marathon.
Yeah, so anyway, once again,
We are live streaming Chillism. AKA Chatter. Haunted Clown House with Grand Cardone.
Greg didn't get the memo, and he came out here on his podcast, and he put out there that no, he likes it. So now, in the coming weeks, he'll slowly walk it back, and he'll tell you how much he hates
This room is called First American Pope is Chosen. Trump appoints Puro. Debate the news.
With that being said, no, guys.
Is this the definition of brain rot? Because that's like the point. Is to like record brain rot. I think this app is just full of it. It's literally, I think, low IQ people repeating themselves. And
absolutely, I'm here.
you can definitely tell people don't read books here because they're just repeating themselves all the time. I mean, it's like that guy King in Chillism. I think we're like dealing with people that are living in like assisted living facilities or something, like Down syndrome facilities throughout the country. There's got to be like, think about how many people work in special education and like work with Down syndrome people and autistic children. I think that's who is like using this app because clearly none of them work. I mean, I don't work, but like none of these people work. So like, are they living in Down syndrome facilities? Like, who are these people?
I think that Francis was pretty progressive. There are a few others that I do know of, so I'm not exactly sure, but I still
what do these people really do? I just wish there was like more profile index data about every person, who they are, where they live, what their net assets, like what their
I think that this is the way
their total net worth
is giving a middle finger.
What kind of car they drive?
What is happening in American politics?
That's the cool thing about data is, if like you were to really examine someone's personal tax returns,
we're going to pick a person.
That's like the most intimate thing. And the craziest thing about a tax return is it's all subjective.
So a couple of things
and people just run a risk when they file. I mean, especially if you're doing that Section C. I mean, it's like you never see it in the news, but there's a lot of people that lie on their tax returns and take huge deductions and like pay no taxes. And supposedly they're raising the tax rate I saw like by 5% or something.
Also on,
and it all just goes to a fucking warehouse in an underground fucking cave in the caves.
He had
just like all the federal employee jackets that sit in that fucking
very clear
non-digitized thing.
Supporting racial justice, particularly after the murder of George Floyd. I mean, he is. And
I wish I had my bell.
Out against J.D. Vance. And the mass deportation policies, and then Vance's attempts to use Catholic doctrine to justify them. So I think that this is not a good thing for MAGA. I think this.
You can imagine it. It's not there.
How far away is it?
Is this coexistence ODD step B with L normal and Harry Balls?
Mills. I don't know if you guys are familiar with mills. They're even smaller than millimeter.
Yeah, it's 1/100th of a millimeter.
Nick, if you didn't come in here, I probably would have been reading a book already.
Engineering and metalwork, yeah.
But the Cindy Stumpo thing is just too tempting.
Measurement is your choice. Oh, fantastic! That'll solve everything.
But I would only do it for you because you're the only person that says, hey, I had to do the Cindy Stumpo impersonation. You're the only one. So it's like clearly my comedy's not taking off, right? If you're the only person asking to hear Cindy Stumpo, like I don't have an audience. Like Tim Dillon's got an audience. I got no audience.
You know, that's the Mark, I believe. I thought it was Cindy Cobb. Maybe I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you might be.
I think we're in Berkeley territory.
Okay.
You ever seen a Muslim fashion show? Me neither, but I imagine it looks like a whole bunch of black bed sheets walking around stage.
Any other colors besides black? Is there like
yeah, there's other colors.
Cerulean or purple or
There must be other colors.
Yeah. Just a splash of
like
color.
Versace hijab.
Exactly. Like I had
Gucci
somebody
hijab.
going. I said Tom Ford was doing a burqa line for fall 25. Somebody was like, really? Like, yeah. Matching shoes too. You just can't see them.
What's up, everyone?
Did you see the the Met Gala with the Hindu guys dressed like
that was very disappointing.
Indian Rajas or
It's
whatever?
just I feel like mainstream Muslim.
What was disappointing, me or him?
Him.
Oh, I thought I took care of him, but it was just yeah. He's an American.
You should have heard this guy. He goes by the doctor, the bad doctor, not the doctor responsible. He's the doctor irresponsible.
Yeah, he was holding court with Edward.
Edward is reasonable, and I think I like Edward, but he holds company with some unsavory characters.
Your interview only.
Also, it says unsavory
Yeah, he's become a little more radical.
That's the nature of the beast, I believe.
Edward is sometimes reasonable, but unfortunately, there is really no reasonable in this matter. If he wants to state, he's the only one who wants to state, and frankly, he's a blind guy from Connecticut.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, it means everything to me.
He still wants it.
What means everything to me is him and the doctor are both Americans, and they have these ideals. To me, that's the most upsetting, that they're American.
Well, their attachment to American ideals is a little bit tenuous. And they're also in denial about...
Well, no, they'll embrace the American ideals to criticize Jews or Israel, but then, of course, they don't believe in American ideals when it comes to their own doctrines and beliefs. And that's the dichotomy. They're living in two different worlds simultaneously, I think.
Isn't that the playbook?
Yeah.
Can I just remind you that this is Clown House, and you'll meet all kinds of people who just, project all the time, and you shouldn't take it literally. It's just, maybe it's like a blind guy or somebody at a Down syndrome facility. You don't even know their back end,
No, but I think we should take it literally. I think that is the reality, unfortunately.
It's not. No way.
Maybe you're just a clown.
No, I am a clown. I'm a comedian. I'm just saying that, this is... First of all, you have to understand that all these rooms are just entertainment rooms, and that when you listen to Edward, he's actually an entertainer. And every cynic, all of them, every single one of them, they're just entertainers, and they're just doing real politique. That's what it is.
Maybe you're just projecting and you're the entertainer.
No, but my projection's accurate. If you can debate my accurate projection, debate my accurate projection.
Wait, what amount of income did you write from comedy this past year?
Ribbono Shalom, I got the Toyota. You think I'm worried about my adjusted gross income?
Well, to be a comedian, you have to be paid.
He's got the Ein Sof.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jacob's Ladder does have its profits, and the Ein Sof is, beautiful philosophy, and I pray that Ribbono Shalom sends me a great adjustment to my adjusted gross income. I've already visualized it.
Okay, Yaakov, when you're just getting started, you don't tend to make money in most art forms.
Okay, how many comedy clubs have you played for free?
I've definitely created millions of views from Clown House over the past 4 years.
Billions of views.
Not billions, millions, not billions, millions of views.
Okay, what was the total amount that you've got from YouTube checks for impressions, ad impressions?
I've lost multiple accounts. I've gotten multiple copyright infringements, multiple privacy rights violations. I have had dozens of Clown House people complain against me. Ribbono Shalom, I've created a network of haters. I mean, I have a network of lovers, but I got a network of haters. That's okay. You can't create a network without some haters.
I think mass hypnosis will get his break. I think he's very talented.
That is one of his important phrases, mass hypnosis.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time till he gets his break.
I think he'll get his break too.
Does anyone know anyone at Saturday Night Live? I heard him say that was his dream before. I think that's where he belongs.
I think he needs to focus on Second City. It's right in his town.
No, my father auditioned for Second City with Sweet Chuck from Police Academy. Sweet Chuck from Police Academy made it big. My dad became a real cop, and he was in the canning business. Puerto Ricans, Africans, Mexicans.
Did they rename Second City Third City?
Maybe in North Ave. No, I think he's gonna be. I think there's a lot of people looking for naked men in their 30s playing the bongos on their belly. But there's other stuff too. Yeah, but there's other entertaining things too. He's very entertaining.
Yes, yeah.
I think he is.
I call it self-actualization comedy.
Oh, wait, you're at the top of the hierarchy?
Oh, right. Self-actualization.
Yeah,
right at the
hierarchy.
top.
It's I'm an Einsoft self-deprecating comedian. I mean, Einsoft loves self-deprecation. It's a roast, and that's what I've realized what Clown House is. It is a roast show, and I have been filming it for many years. I would hope that Clown House is actually my biggest legacy, because I feel like this is like recording a television cast, and it's, I'm the only one doing it, and I think it's an interesting cast of characters.
You're right. Affiliation creates great holiness. If you read some stories of some like Tzaddiks and Rebbe's, and I heard this one where this Rebbe comes to a town and he wants to go to this guy's house, and he goes to his closet, opens the closet, and in that closet he said something was very holy, and it was a costume that this Yid was made to wear in an embarrassment, in the town, to embarrass him as a Yid, and in his embarrassment created much holiness. So you have a good point there.
Norm, who are you talking to? I only see one half the conversation. Oh, I see.
Doge, I got a question. I do apologize for not being content for you for a little while now. But have any of those things actually gotten any interest? Any of the maybe season 1, 2, and 3 of Clubhouse, or no? It's new stuff. Doge, are you there? Or is the con blocking your hearing?
I think you might take up the most space on the internet. Anyone.
Well, the comedy is the secret, and just look at what's his face from Comedy Central News. What's that guy's name? Anyways, comedy allows you to be subversive in a way that there's like no other art form like comedy. But subversive in a good way, not a bad way.
But you should definitely be doing improv. I think you'd be very good at improv. Do you engage in it at all?
I've done it, yeah. I did comedy classes at Second City here in Chicago.
What have you not done?
I've never skydived. I've only bungee jumped. No, I didn't want it. I dropped out of the Air Force because I didn't think it was
I
top.
thought you were in the Army. I was just kind of joking with the fire.
No, I changed from Air Force to Army, and then but I'll tell you the truth, the Air Force was the way to go. The Army is not the way to go.
People do that? You can switch services?
In college you can switch ROTC, yeah.
Okay. That's true.
Plus I flew a plane and I was like, man, it's fucking bumpy and this isn't very comfortable, It was one of those Cessna plane. I was like, man, I don't think I want to be a pilot.
So cool. I really want to be a pilot. Ceiling. Don't want to be in the Navy. Don't want to be in a tank.
I love that. You wanted to be a pilot, but it was a bit too bumpy.
I'm serious. I flew a Cessna and it was not a pleasurable experience. It was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it gets better the faster you fly.
Did you hear what happened in New Jersey last week?
No. Oh yeah.
Traffic control was
Yeah,
down.
they lost radio contact for 36 seconds or something like that.
And they said like a bunch of people are out because of the trauma, like working there.
What do you mean a bunch of people are out? They quit?
Like they were like on leave from the trauma of like being there when that happened.
Some pilots are freaking out too. The Secretary of Transportation has just announced an overhaul of the air traffic control system today.
How does France justify bringing that Syrian jihadist Turkish-backed militant into Paris?
Kill thousands of Christians, right?
I mean, I saw videos of what they're doing to people, and it's so sickening because you realize it is an Islamic caliphate, and they're insane, and it's it's a war crime what they're doing to people. It's insane.
Wait, what is France doing? I missed
the Syrian militants, what they're doing to Christians.
No, I know that, but what did France do?
They brought in the guy, in a suit and
went to Paris?
Yeah, justified him or gave him, backing essentially.
Oh, but he didn't leave the country. If he left the country, he'd lose his position.
No, he went to Paris to have a meeting with Macron.
Yeah, that's surprising.
I don't know. I mean, it's how does that guy have freedom of movement?
Look at Paris, though. They're in so deep.
That's why.
With that electorate, that group, they're in so deep, they're fucked.
Look, as long as Turkey backs him, he do whatever he wants to. It's becoming Turkey South, taking over the air bases. But they're in secret talks with Israel, being what do you call it? The UAE is coordinating it. On security matters, in quotes. That's all they would say.
I don't know. I think coexistence to me is just another hypnosis word. You can go to the Baha'i Temple here in Chicago, and it's magnificent and beautiful and just stunning. And their whole thing is coexistence. So, I mean, I think if you want to have coexistence, it has to be like a science of religions, meaning you can't be all or nothing anything, and you should know a little bit of something about everything, or at least culture or psychology and people. And know that I've been to Jordan twice, and I've been in weird, very strange areas with what I would call.
Petra is not a strange area.
No, I'm talking like people's estates with like Egyptians and I don't even know. Anyways, I saw Palestinians like towns, cities in the distance where the Jordanian guys, you see that fucking city over there? That was a Palestinian encampment. Now it's a fucking village / like looking city almost, or town. So, I mean, when you're there, the Jordanians have a very different perspective. Like there's in-group and out-group. So it's super tribal. And then there's like a super tribe, and the expression is me and my cousin, or me and my brothers versus my cousins, me and my cousins versus the world. So, I don't know. It's like, to me, the whole thing is like machismo, essentially. People got these fucking big ideas, big ambitions, but, their town doesn't even have a fucking library.
El Normo, you there?
Yeah.
Did I miss anything exciting in the room earlier? I just came in like 10 minutes ago.
No. It gets interesting, then it gets quiet, then it gets interesting again.
Have you listened was thinking in Israel he would be an interesting character to meet or hear speak if he even does that.
I think he's on the podcast.
Yeah, that's how I listen to him. But he's wicked smart. A bit controversial, but I still think so intelligent.
Very interesting.
What do you think? What do you think about Vindman?
He has the ear of a lot of leaders. He's got the ear of a lot of higher ups in Israel.
What do you think about Lieutenant Colonel Vindman?
What you said, Vindman?
Vindman, yeah, he's the one who said that Trump didn't have a perfect phone call or something with Ukraine, and he was on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh yeah,
He's got a big social media following. You know, I mean,
oh, he's such a bitch.
He's a bitch.
You guys see him? Total bitch.
But
I knew it the second I talked to him. I saw him with those stupid glasses, his fat belly. I didn't think it was nice for him to say this. It wasn't a perfect phone call. Shut up, you little bitch.
I mean, what a bitch. I mean,
that was a very weird episode.
Hundreds of thousands, million, you know.
Impeach Trump for, huh?
So strange.
It was such a thin case. And Vindman is a weird character. So was that other spy that got fired? She had an Irish accent or something. Remember that? There was a woman too. Yeah. Everyone was really upset. His brother as well. He has like a twin brother. Was he a twin? Yeah, and they're both little deep state nerds. I mean, that's the only way I could describe them. They were mad because Chunky Bear wasn't being nice in the Foreign Service, and the diplomats didn't like the way he talked to other leaders. Shut up. That's what this whole thing. That's what the whole thing that this second term is really about. Like, the reason Trump is being so aggressive right now and crazy, part of it is just that he's pissed off and he's crazy. But the other part of it is like the entire government set out to work against him during the first term and not implement his policies, foreign policy, and domestic. So now he's just like, okay, I'm just going to fucking fire everyone. Okay, we're just going to do it this way. He's not letting them get in the way. Right? And it's their own fault for angering. Like, I'm not saying just because it's Trump, but honestly, you work for the president. If you want to go up against that, Democrat, Republican, whatever the president is, that's fine. But you're going to have consequences, and that's what we're seeing right now, in my humble opinion.
You know what would be a very funny interview is somebody from the U.S. military that had a lot of experience with trans soldiers and the policies and the rules and the protocols and the whole experience of like trans soldiers in armed forces. It has got to be the like most bizarre, cringe, can't believe what you're fucking witnessing. Also, that you can't even believe that that person is doing what they're doing, because that to me is the wildest thing. Is, you know, somebody who is just constantly projecting trans in the military, and they get this like policy and procedure to actually do it. It's like the biggest role play simulation ever of total insanity in all military of all times, because it's like right out there in the open. You know, under Biden, it was like, I mean, there's got to be so much documentation on it, and I'm sure a lot of soldiers have a lot of videos of like, you know, maybe what you might call disabled people doing army play, but just sad and weird. I mean, just weird to think that you would have like a squad of trans people, you know, in a platoon or something, but and across all branches of the military. So it's got to be one of the funniest things, and I'm sure there's a lot of crazy videos that will come out.
Trump does reverse that. Like to put trans sex changes back, or to reverse all the problems. Trump reversed the order to permit trans people to serve in the military. It seems so inappropriate, doesn't it? I mean, what could be more inappropriate than that?
But see, I'm sure a lot of the people who were trans, they will no longer present as trans and they will still be in the military, but they will return to proper dress code and, personal appearance. I mean, so they're no longer trans. But that's why I'm saying the documentation has to be crazy because it's they literally drafted document all this stuff is like military order procedure documentation manuals. So there's literally like trans manuals, LGBTQ manuals. I mean, that's because of the administration. But what happens if we get an administration like that again? I don't know. Will America ever get an administration like that again? To me, it seems highly likely, right? Seems very likely.
Yeah, it's likely to happen. I mean, they were teaching CRT in the military. They were teaching people that white people were evil in the military.
Well, listen to this. When I'm in the infantry, I'm in Fort Benning, Georgia, and you can go to every religious service option. There's like 10 religious options on every Sunday. I went to every one of them. And I experienced every single religious denomination under the sun on a major military base. And they bring in people who conduct religious services for whatever specific religion that is for those soldiers. So I went to an Islamic religious service, and there is like an imam on a U.S. Army military base saying that if you don't believe in Muhammad and the truth of Islam, your head will be crushed on a rock for infinity or eternity, and that's your punishment. And this is on a U.S. Army installation.
You heard those words out of his mouth.
Out of his fucking mouth. And I just couldn't even believe what I was listening to. And I'm like, this is so crazy. But I understood because of freedom of religion, you're going to, and the fact that they basically, I would say, contract with almost basically, or these people are doing it for free. I don't know how he was being compensated, but they all got access to U.S. facilities to conduct all these religious ceremonies and religious activities.
Army chaplains get paid.
No, but this guy was not in the army. He was an imam who had special permission to conduct Islamic classes and ceremonies and religious, Sunday service.
That's the problem with religious freedom and democracies is that they're a little too open to ideas that threaten and challenge those democracies.
I didn't even bring it up. I mean, to me, it was just another experience, and you were moving so quickly. There was no time to. You can't report anything as a private. I mean, it's just an experience. But, I mean, you meet all kinds of strange people in the military. Honestly, I met white supremacists. I met people that were in New York during 9/11. I met older people who were polarized by 9/11 that wanted to go to war. I mean, you meet all kinds of interesting people.
Well, I was 2 blocks away in Battery Park. I watched the towers fall with my own eyes.
I mean, to me, when I see those videos, to me, it looks like a controlled demolition. And, that's my opinion. I don't know who did it. Could have been internal. Could have been combination of internal and external. But to me, I think Larry Silverstein made out like a bandit. And I mean, maybe that's crazy talk. But I don't know why I have any reason to believe Larry Silverstein or have any good faith in him.
Well, they said that wasn't the Pentagon being investigated for a lot of misappropriated funds.
Well, yeah, the Pentagon video is, to me, the big giveaway that was most likely a rocket and not a plane.
Well, no, and apparently the records that were being kept in the World Trade were associated with government funds.
Yeah, WTC-7, which is the third tower that fell on 9/11, housed Salomon Brothers, CIA, New York Emergency Response, and a whole slew of other government agencies. So it was like a federal building. And that one definitely fell from thermite detonation and controlled demolition. That's a fact. That thing didn't even get hit by a plane. It fell free fall. I mean, that's controlled demolition. So it's like that information's got to come out. I mean, because to me, that's most obvious crazy. It's not even a conspiracy theory. It's like that's unexplainable. Like that has to be.
Have you seen the video of the storage rooms that had all those? I don't know what if it was some detonation material, some type of bomb type material. Apparently, trucks were coming in and out of the World Trade for like months at a time leading up to it.
I've seen a lot of good documentaries on all this stuff. The Corbett report was probably like to me the biggest whistleblower source of information with like Kroll Associates and the Bush family connection, meaning that there is, coordination or cooperation between, central intelligence agencies of the world. I mean, just like central banks. I mean, there is an equilibrium on the planet.
But it could have been, if it was something like this, it could have been a deep state not orchestrated by the state itself.
I don't know. I think 9/11 was a cooperation between global intelligence agencies.
Well, the scary thing in the world of intelligence is none of us really know what's going on.
What's Palestine?
What?
What's Palestine?
The 9/11 Jesus' birthday thing is a little weird.
Who cares?
And a lot of people made a lot of money off of trades, like before.
Yeah, there's hedge fund that tracks all the congressional transactions, but that's still delayed data because everybody has to make these financial disclosures.
You know into the Holy Schnitzel?
I don't think that's a real thing, sir.
Have I ever been to the Holy what? Schnitzel.
That is so bizarre that I was just looking at it on Uber Eats as you
Are
said
you
it.
serious?
Yes. Yes. I was just about to order from Holy Schnitzel. Yes, I've eaten there. Can I tell you something? What the heck is going on? The schnitzel in Israel is so much better than the schnitzel here.
You think?
So much better.
Probably
Everything in Israel is better. Honestly.
Yeah.
Probably less steroids than chickens.
Even the water, the air, everything.
Everything is better. I found this little like kosher hole in the wall next to the American embassy, and like the taxi drivers were eating there and stuff. I love to go to holes in the wall. And you just
if you're gonna get something from Holy Schnitzel, get the butter special.
Oh, I saw that. I know.
Trust me, it'll fill your stomach. Yeah, you won't even be able to finish it. It's worth it. You and your son could probably split the sandwich and you have the fries and you'll be good after. Like, it's very good.
We do that. I send him kosher.
Yeah, butter. Yeah, so then get the butter special. It's perfect for that.
And he goes, Dad, I said the bracha. Like I didn't even ask him.
That's good.
I know. It's like it's all about leading by example.
Absolutely.
Nagging is useless. But leading by example, they
that's my way.
That's true. That's true. It's true. I definitely think it could make a good impact on a child. Like when he's young, seeing his father rapping to fill in with his toddlers.
Oh yeah.
I think it makes a big impact on a child.
He's into it.
What about this 9/11 stuff? Just because Tower 7 almost definitely is the does that mean that necessarily?
I couldn't hear you. You're in the Matrix, Dr. Swazzle.
Not having conspiracies, bro. It's like a whole rabbit hole. I don't want to.
So, what I said was, just because Tower 7, which I believe you guys, and the Pentagon look like controlled explosions.
Also,
at Tower
also
7, and
Shanksville. Shanksville was a rocket too. I do not believe a plane went into Shanksville. And so when Trump puts that big stand over in Shanksville and does a ceremony in Shanksville, I just think he's like continuing the propaganda.
why do you think that? You think the stories
Because
are
the
false?
video, the pictures, like I'm just I want to try to eliminate a hindsight bias and say when I see a picture of Shanksville, that to me looks like a rocket implosion and not a plane implosion.
Wait, you saw a picture of the implosion, of the explosion?
Shanksville, yeah, everybody's the videos, yeah, you can just go on Google, YouTube, and look up Shanksville and be like, is that a plane? Nah.
Maybe I should look at that before I weigh in.
Yeah, it's just not a plane. I mean, you've seen then Google plane crashes, and you will see tons of fucking plane debris. And Shanksville's got no fucking plane debris. So explain that one to
So
me.
you think that all the people that were victims are just like in the witness protection program?
No, I'm saying they were probably fake identities, and it was an empty plane.
Oh my god.
But what about the people? But there were victims in 9/11.
100%, thousands.
But you think just the plane people are fake? All the people on the planes were fake?
No, listen. This is like the plane stuff is, I don't really have much to say about
Would
it.
it make more sense that they got hit by a missile, though, and they were real, or no?
I don't know. Did you ever see on Dateline interviews with like 100 people, impacted by 9/11, like their wife, their husband, their kids? Like, you ever see any fucking videos about the people that died on those planes and like, complex interviews with people who knew them? I never seen those videos. You ever seen those videos?
I saw Flight 93. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you saw a Hollywood adaptation of most likely an entirely scripted event.
But why do you go right to that? Like, wouldn't what I said earlier be like more likely that they were struck down by a missile, just like the Pentagon, and it was real people?
I don't know. I'm just saying that whatever the official story is, that is not the real story. We have been lied to with regards to 9/11.
I guess we'll mind that.
Harry there, Mr. Harold. Harold.
Which deep state operative just said, "Let's move on"?
Michael Aquino.
Okay, writing that down in my book.
I'm a deep sea agent. Just see Shiva Bacher.
It's Doctor.
Like, what was it, Ilhan Omar, when she's like, some people did something that day.
She's a Sharmota.
If there's one person I'd like to see arrested and deported, it would be Ilhan Omar for marrying her brother and falsifying her immigration paperwork.
Send her to China.
No, we should send her to Gitmo.
Send her to New Delhi.
Yeah, after we capture Ilhan Omar, we should round up about 150,000 Somalis out of Minnesota and also deport them back to Somalia. That's just my opinion.
Or we can colonize them and make them speak Yiddish. What do you think?
I mean, I'm just actually kind of kidding about the Somalis, but not really.
Reinforce and convert them into Hasidism. What do you think?
I don't know. We got a new Chicago Polak as the Pope, That's exciting news for people. The guy's so Polish, he doesn't even know he's the Pope. You know how Nazi Germany conquered Poland so quickly? They marched in backwards and the Polacks thought they were leaving. Anyways, what are you doing tonight, Dr. Responsible? Are you going to be out in your garden listening to crickets while your wife continues to raise your children with an absentee husband?
Holy shit. How did you know? I'm about to go plant some plants for Mother's Day in the dark for my wife. And I want to know how you do that.
I have access to a Starlink terminal, and whoever I talk with here on Clown House, I can take a Starlink camera and just zoom down with like 100,000, magnifying glass telescope, and just see exactly whoever I'm talking to. It's like a remote viewing project that Elon Musk has been working on.
Can you see this?
These nuts.
This is a chocolate star just waving to you.
You know, I was looking at the moon through a telescope the other night, and I couldn't fucking focus it. No matter how hard I tried, I could not get this telescope to focus on the moon. So I pulled out a pair of binoculars, looked at the moon. I bought 3 telescopes, and they're all very difficult to use.
That's good. The moon's fake. It's a projector up on Trump Tower. I'm just saying.
What?
Do you know how many moons Mars has?
No.
I know they found a new one, right?
Do we like the firmament?
Did we like the firmament? So funny.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about the moon landing? Like the fact that you can drive a car up there, drive it around, play golf, fly back to the Pacific, and then go to Hollywood and like talk to Nixon, Is it propaganda?
I'm not buying it. I'm really not. And all, they can't do it again. And also that black lady took them there. She was just such an autist with numbers.
The human computer African American?
Yeah. It doesn't add up. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't they continue this behavior? It couldn't have been that hard.
So I used to live in what's called Century City in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I heard of it.
And there's this hotel there that has this amazing lobby in the basement. It's an older hotel, but it's a huge hotel. And they had all these black and white photos, like old historic photos. So there's a photo of Nixon with ABC, CBS, NBC, and this giant box with a glass window, and these astronauts who just came back from the moon. And it looks like the Nixon Johnny Carson show. And it was at that moment that I realized the connection between, major media, because NBC, CBS, ABC, that's all there was, those 3 networks. So that was the networks to the world. I mean, and that whole lunar mission, I mean, think about Tom Hanks. Like, to me, that's the big giveaway. It's like, it's all fucking fake. If Tom Hanks in that whole movie with what's his face, I bet you it's all fake. bet you the whole Tom Hanks movie is completely and utterly fake.
I think the Castaway was more realistic than the moon landing.
I mean, have you ever tried to visualize what it would be like to get into, let's say, even Elon Musk's, Starlink or Starship or whatever, but just think about it from the perspective of the person like in the cockpit, as if you were like in a plane, flying a plane up on the surface of the Earth, But think about being in like a fucking rocket and you're flying to the fucking moon. And you're like, man, we're getting closer to the fucking moon. We're about 50 minutes away from the moon. And you're just like fucking blasting, because you got to have a lot of rocket propellant to get to the fucking moon. Then you get to the fucking moon. And then, like, what do? You get into like a geosynchronous orbit with the fucking moon or something. You're floating around the moon, and then you're like, all right, let's send down the fucking capsule. You fucking land this fucking other spacecraft on the surface of the fucking moon with a fucking car and a set of golf clubs and some cameras. And don't forget, this shit's being beamed back real time. You know that part too about the whole story, that the whole thing is live, right? You know that, right? There's like a 15-minute delay or some shit. So anyways, I'm just saying, then they got back in that fucking capsule. They fucking flew back up to the mothership, and then they flew the mothership to the Pacific. And then they went on ABC CBS to tell the story. Is that fucking real? I don't think so.
Did you ever see the video of Neil Armstrong trying to land there or trying to test the lunar module on Earth, and it exploded, and he ejected from it in the very last second before it exploded? And that was on Earth. I don't know if you guys saw that video ever, but yeah, there's a video of that. So yeah, and somebody on the chat was arguing with me one day about it, saying that I said that it's fake. I completely agree with you. And they were saying I was crazy like a flat earther and all this shit for that. Oh man.
I don't know, what's that one guy's name, Neil Armstrong, who like gets visibly angry, like, and actually attacks people when they say swear on the Bible. Yeah, like if you really landed on the fucking moon, do you know how much of a G you are? You don't need to get angry at conspiracy theorists who are trolling you. You could sit them down and say, "Listen, son, you stupid fucking loser. I landed on that fucking moon, bitch. I fucking flew a rocket ship up there and flew fucking like." You know, you wouldn't get angry because you really would be like one of the rarest humans on the fucking planet. I mean, you know,
I flew to New Schwarber's land or whatever it's called, New Swarbia or whatever,
But I don't know. The other thing is the Stanley Kubrick, the Stanley Kubrick films, like where he's saying it's all of, you know, a government federal intelligence operation and a propaganda effort. I mean, I don't know if it's real or fake. I mean, because I know we have.
You know that if you're going up in Elon's spacecraft or the blue spacecraft, the story you were doing before about, okay, the moon is 15 minutes away. Like, the moon is like hours away from where they're going. They're up like a couple of miles up into the lower atmosphere. They're not even getting into like orbit. They're in low Earth orbit at the maximum.
Well, Russia didn't give a fuck. They just sent people out there to fucking die, you know? They're just like, oh, we don't care if you die. We're gonna send some dogs out there and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, I could just be entertaining and hypnotizing you all, because like I can pull out my binoculars and look at the moon and say, yeah, that bitch isn't that far. I can fucking see it with a fucking pair of binoculars. So to think that you couldn't take a rocket, I mean, why the fuck haven't we shot a fucking rocket into the fucking moon?
We shot 3 rockets like 2 years ago, you know, on April 6th during the eclipse. We were shooting the rockets with all the Egyptian shit on it. You know, we did it. Yeah.
Absolutely, Glenn.
Anyways, I'm just saying, if you've ever been outside of the American bubble, you realize that like we're probably a bunch of fucking liars.
The thing is, though, Edmund, you are more likely to find people that are kind of believe like you or awake like you than in America than anywhere else. A lot of these countries believe our mythos more than we do. Especially Israel. They believe everything we spit out.
I mean, you're talking about a country with 12 million people, and then, you know...
What, Canada?
No, Israel.
Wow. Their population is pretty close, isn't
It's the size of the city of Chicago in terms of population, and Chicago is like 100 times bigger, you know? Israel's a tiny little fucking coastal enclave nothing. It's you know, the Israel... Basically... I don't know. I think there's a major difference between Israeli Jews and, you know, diaspora Jews, European and American Jews. There's a big difference. But the thing is, once you become acclimated to a culture, there's no more difference. So they're no different than anybody else. Nobody wants to get fucking murdered. Nobody wants terrorism. I mean, nobody wants somebody fucking driving a bus into you. Nobody wants somebody shooting you while you're driving on a highway. Like, if there's a violation of the law and somebody gets murdered, there's no greater uh, problem in society. Like, but I don't understand. America is so crazy. In Chicago this summer, 3,000 people will get murdered in the streets with guns. It's like Pritzker doesn't call. There's never an emergency in America. Just outside of America, that's the only place that there's ever emergencies.
Well, listen, I'm trying to do my part. I'm watching The House of David on Amazon Prime. And I think that's my contribution to the tribe. It's a great show. And you guys need to keep that land just like you took it away from Goliath.
Did you see the Ellie Cohen saga with Sacha Baron Cohen, what he played the Syrian spy who fooled the Syrians?
No.
If you want a good laugh, watch Sacha Baron Cohen play Ellie Cohen, the
What do you call?
Israeli
What is
spy.
it called? If I look it up.
Just type in Sacha Baron Cohen, Ellie Cohen, the spy, and you'll go on YouTube and you'll fucking laugh your ass off. Because it's actually very good. It's actually very good.
He's always good.
Yeah, he is good. Peace. Anyways, why does Harry? Why do you have a new party hat? What happened here?
Oh, I got banned, not like suspended indefinitely. Because of a PTR that I had. It was a Muslim guy praying on the ground, and there was a goat. It was like AI image of a goat behind him getting fucked and fucking him. And so yeah, I guess that's like not appropriate enough for Clubhouse, so got banned. And that was like my third strike on that account. So, and I'm shocked that I had that account for that long. Honestly.
I can't believe I haven't been banned in quite a while. I can't believe it.
Because you probably, honestly, I think what it is like enough people have to report you, and then I guess they have to have some kind of obvious evidence. I don't know what it is. Maybe I think it's just the PTRs now that are banning people before. I have no idea. So I was honestly shocked to see that because I've like known that it seems like they kind of like been leaning off of banning people. Then they were very heavily on doing that before, but now it's like I feel like they were very lenient on it. I guess not. It's honestly really stupid if you think about it. They think like once you ban your account, no one can get back on there's no point of doing it. Like what the fuck is the point of doing it? So I don't know. The guys who created this app are just retarded.
I know.
Have you been on that Chatter app or whatever?
No, hell no.
From Nelson?
What's the point? It's just one more waste of time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anyways, it's fine. I tried to download it just to see. I never wanted to. And then when I downloaded it, it says, it asks you for all your information. I put all this fake information, like your name, your birthday, everything, your email. And then you get to the final page that says, oh, well, sorry, right now we're only doing invites, so we'll send you an invite whenever there's a spot open, pretty much. And it's like, if you want, maybe you can reach out to us and we can see if we can get you a spot. And it gives you like their Instagram or whatever, their Twitter or whatever. So I'm like, what the fuck? They make you give all your information. They probably sell your data to make money to fucking open that, to keep the app running. So.
Well, I
like,
think
information, then you need an invite.
I think they use it as like a way to qualify people to like see how much they can scam them or if they're a potential victim for their investment scam, It's kind of what they do. It's like a very high filtration app, It's like we'll call you, don't call us. That's basically it's a filter app in a way, but they must put a lot of money into it if it really even works. I mean, I don't even know a couple people who say they use it.
The funny part about all that shit is that guy Jonathan, like his friend who I guess is doing it with him and did all the rooms with him, he opens a room here in Clubhouse.
I know.
And then they stream the room from Chatter to here. It's like, what the fuck? But you're requiring people to get an invite to join your app. How are you going to build your numbers and shit if you're only making the invitation only? That makes absolutely no sense. It's like it's a place for Nelson to go and talk and not being able to be the king, right? So no one can moderate him No one could do shit. He can run his own app and be on his own app at the same time and talk about whatever he wants to talk about. So it's just a power move, I would say. And he brought his whole audience with him, and now he realized, like, if I can't bring the whole audience with me, we'll just advertise it on fucking Clubhouse and Twitter and shit. Because he was also on Twitter too. So.
Yeah, but
or X, I should say.
I mean, it's just all stupid conversation. It's mostly all just gossip and fucking jibber jabber. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's content. I guess it is content, but I mean, it is what it is. It's a small audience, really.
Yeah, if you think about it in the long run, it's a very small audience.
Grant Cardone is like their.
On TikTok was way bigger.
Grant Cardone is like.
Oh yeah, he's like their.
Yeah. He's
the guy who brings everybody.
Yeah, he is their authority. Or their credibility in a way. He's the only like real notable notoriety kind of person, and his it is what it is. I mean,
honestly, I didn't even know who the fuck he was until I was on Clubhouse. I never heard of his name in my life before until I went on Clubhouse, and then all of a sudden I started seeing like ads everywhere on fucking Facebook and everything about Grant Cardone's book, and he had all these videos of him selling shit and like selling his promotions of how to make money or whatever, all this shit. It was like everywhere at one point.
Yeah.
On Twitter, on fucking, it was everywhere. I don't know what he did. I don't know what it was, but I didn't know who the fuck that guy was before Clubhouse. So no idea. Bro, Lex Friedman used to come into our rooms, bro. People know who that guy is.
I clipped him from this app one time, and he messaged me. He's like, "That's not very cool, bro. Recording people without their permission." It was all because like we were giving him dating advice, and he just said some really cringe shit, and it was very funny.
No, nigger.
Dr. Pepe has arrived. Dr. Pepe, I was wondering, what is your first name?
I'm not telling you that shit.
I mean, is it like, can I guess it? Like, is it Tony? Is it like Andy? Is it like Steven? Peter?
It's a name that rather universal. Jews, Christians,
John?
all ethnicities tend to have it.
John, are you
starts with a P?
Abraham.
Paul?
No.
Peter?
I'm not going to help you.
Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Just was curious.
Any
Danny.
popular P name?
Huh?
Is that your other room?
Peter?
Yeah, I have a room open called White Racism.
Peter, Paul.
Because I was in chillism and they just go so hard against white people, and it's just ridiculous.
It's Paulo. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I like the name
I
Paulo.
know, it's total brain rot.
Yeah, because Jews name their kids Paulo all the time.
Never.
I know. That's why I'm full of shit.
I met one. It's a nice name.
Well, I guess like if you're like from Brazil or some shit, but I mean,
It's Italian.
It does start with a P, but very basic first
That
name.
room's hilarious, bro. That Talia girl takes her job so seriously. It's like, do they really have lives? These people, every day they're opening this room, and it's like, okay, guys, you're next in order, then you're next, and then you're next, and please don't talk over this person, and you know what, we can go at it, and they put all these rules in. Like,
I'm bored. I want to troll
people.
people.
Are really bored with their lives.
They put so much time into it that like if you go to YouTube and you type in Chillism Clubhouse, all you see is my videos, and they're just all damning videos, and you're like, I can't believe these people will spend this much time every day, and it's really basically people essentially trying to demonstrate their command of the English language. They would be so much better off just reading the dictionary into the room, because. And the funniest thing is when they try to use technical terms, not even technical terms, but just words like "steel man that argument."
They don't know what it means. Yeah.
It's the whole thing is like kids kind of trying to like play the debate game, and you're like, this is very funny. I don't know. I
stopped going in there months ago, dude. Like I couldn't.
They
Good
kick
kid,
me.
You have like Louis. You have all of the belligerent, low IQ black retards, and then white retards. It's a nice swirl of both, and they love to argue. And even like, I forget, it was like Cool Guy Dave or whatever, I forget, Cool Dad Dave, I forget, he's a nice guy.
Well, I love that they kick me. Like, I don't even say anything. I'm in the audience and they kick all my accounts. And to me, that's like a big compliment. That means that, like, I'm in somebody's head and they're actively scanning the audience and like, they see my kick them. Like, that's the way somebody actually feels. And, you know, to me, that's like a big, like, compliment because I've like psyoped them, because the whole thing is chillism. It's really not about being chill. It's actually about like reverse racism and really projection and self-esteem boosting and virtue signaling and every other crazy.
Are they like reverse racist now? Because they used to tolerate me a lot.
Well, not like huge quantities of white racism, but I'm just saying that it's the same. It's an entertainment room, and like you're just to me, it's just terrible entertainment because you're like listening to really low intelligent people debate words. It's the same show every single room.
I mean, you've been in Lou Fax rooms before?
Yeah.
Like, I'll go in there. I don't even know why. I actually, like, I've questioned myself so many times, like, why are you in here with these fucking retards? But, you know.
No, I get it. I mean, but the thing is, I record, and it's like I don't know how anybody can listen to things without recording it, because I'm like, I wouldn't dare waste my fucking I wouldn't dare waste my brain listening to something knowing that I wouldn't listen to it unless I was recording it. I don't even like, you know how this app does the preview now? It's like I want to turn the volume down because I don't even want to hear, you know, most of these rooms.
How do you do that?
I turn the volume down now because I have Android. I don't want to listen to all these
Diego?
rooms. No, this is
Oh,
Harry.
it's only on the 8 Android right now. The previews.
This is Harry Balsam.
What room are these faggots in? I can't see anything.
I'm in Coexistence ODB Start Step B with Harry Balzac.
Where is it? I'm looking.
Yeah,
I didn't know you had preview yet.
Diego kicked me out of his room today. What do you think about the new Pope? You're Catholic, right, Pepe?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I don't know. I'm hearing mixed opinions. Some people are saying he's like too woke or some stupid shit, but the reality is, like, you think you're gonna get a fucking a pope that's gonna be like anti-immigration and all of that shit? Like, that's not gonna happen. That's just like you're not caring about the plight of all of mankind, especially fellow Catholics. That's always going to be a thing. I'm sorry, they're not going to be like Nazis. It's just not going to happen. But I don't know, people are retarded. He doesn't seem like, he seems kind of moderate, if anything. He doesn't want hoes to be deacons. He has pretty strong stances on that.
Did you see?
But it's weird. They're trying to say oh, he's part of the global Marxist New World Order, and it's really weird. And these faggots have been doing this for a long time. But like a lot of the neo-Nazi types that are still around on X, like, you know, a couple of the leaders like followed me a couple days ago, and they're trying to get me to go in their rooms, and now they're just like on a flat out anti-Abrahamic Abrahamic religion bend. And this has been going on for a couple of years, but now it's like kind of pushing strong. They're saying, like, if you're pro-white, you cannot be Christian, you can't be yada yada yada, because it's just like, you know, it will imperil our people. It's just weird. So now Christians and Catholics, they're kind of getting caught up in the anti-white conspiracy theory stuff. So we'll see.
Well, it's anti-American. There's a fact that there's an anti-American conspiracy theory in the Biden administration. I mean, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, the border invasion is absolutely fucking insane. I regularly see what I would consider to be illegal aliens roaming the street, in like an impoverished condition, and I'm just like, man, a lot of fucking people. This is the thing. We don't even have the manpower to actually do mass deportation. We just don't have it.
Yeah, I know. I wish we did, but I don't think either side really cares too much.
See, we
At
do
least-
have
at
the
least those
manpower.
manpower.
See, I'm crazy because we do have the manpower. We have so many police.
Of course we do.
Yeah, we have police that could easily do it. We have National Guard soldiers that could easily do it, but we don't have the willpower to do it.
Woodrow Wilson rounded those beaners up and shipped them back regularly.
But if you think about the economy, like I go to a lot of restaurants,
Sing the Pepe, Edmund. Sing
and
the
I
Pepe.
know that like all these restaurants are powered by Hispanic Mexican labor primarily, and
Edmund, sing. Talk in accent.
What do you want to
When
hear?
you speak, sing it. Sing your words when you speak.
¿Por qué no te hablan español? ¿Por qué no te calles? Why do you interrupt me? I was born here as an anchor baby, and he's making fun of me.
You're going to make me laugh so hard I'm going to shit in my culo.
Edmund.
I got the mushies in my pantalones.
Dodge. Pepe, do you hear me, Pepe?
See again?
Pepe.
Pepe.
Pepe, I was filming videos of myself today with a Pepe mask on, and I got thousands and thousands of views.
Hermano, Pepe, do you hear me, my friend?
I was playing music. Never had one lesson.
Sí que, pinche mirate.
Hello, my friend.
So Pepe, if the Pope comes to America, which he certainly will, and he invited you to the gathering, would you go to meet the Pope?
Yeah, why not?
What would you tell the Pope if you had 10 minutes of his time?
I don't. Well, I mean, if I knew I was going to have 10 minutes of his time, I'd probably spend all day thinking about what I'd ask him. So I really don't. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
I mean, you do realize when you meet the Pope, and you actually, anytime you ever really meet somebody, no matter who they are, you realize, oh, it's just another fucking person who's gonna die. And that's...
Well, sure, but
yeah.
I mean, it's like... But if there's like... Compared to like a celebrity or some shit like that, it's just like... I'm sure people like me might have like existential life questions and... questions about certain things involving morality, and it's just like what am I supposed to fucking do? Like what realistically, would
Edmund.
I would ask those kinds of questions. And no celebrity could answer those questions, but he could at least answer those questions, enlightened by biblical doctrine according to the Catholic Church. So that's the only reason it would be like I would put way more thought into meeting somebody like him.
What do you think about like American Protestantism versus American Catholicism? Like those that historical religious competition in America.
Edmund, unmute your mic. Unmute.
They have flaws.
So you do hear me.
Like if you're to look at Protestants, there's good things about them in comparison to Catholics, and I would say that like
when
the whole
you
thing with
respond to
Protestant
Pepe,
work ethic.
Your words must be sung. Sing it to Pepe.
But I would say that like when we think of like a lot of the positive traits of white people, for example, in the United States, like the original founding stock, where it's like they're not they manage money rather wisely. They're not flashy. They in a lot of ways there's like it's almost like they preach a form of stoicism that you don't quite see with Catholics, but with Catholics it is something that you kind of got with it was more of like the third world part of Europe that brought Catholicism, like Ireland, Italy, some of the Germans, which is not third world. And it is kind of, they do, and I kind of like this part where it's like, yeah, they do want to help out the needy and the downtrodden and to treat the least amongst us with kind and compassion. Where you don't quite, I just don't really see that with the Protestants. And I think, and then we can just go into like evangelical Christianity, which I think is fucking gross.
Yeah, evangelicals.
Yeah, but I mean, evangelicals are just Protestants.
Yeah, we're not singing to him, bro. What the hell?
I don't think
You're supposed to sing that.
I differentiate them.
Sing your response,
Protestants.
Oh, I forgot. I gotta sing you a response. Why don't you think that Protestants are evangelicals?
I mean, aren't evangelicals largely the Americas of last century?
Pepe, the idea of to evangelize, evangelic means pertaining to, and all means a condition pertaining to. So you're talking about a condition pertaining to, like, evangelizing. It doesn't mean that, like, when you evangelize the word of the Lord, you're immediately a Protestant. But if you're evangelic, like, you're literally just describing, a condition pertaining to evangelizing.
He's the Imam Mahdi. Please.
Yeah, so
Doc, you are the Imam Mahdi.
Will like read the Bible and then translate it as they see fit. They will.
Dude, I have my concordance. Do you want me to break it out and put my glasses on?
I don't know. I mean, like we can look at the Schofield Bible, which like it's a bunch of faggotry and bullshit.
And no one can say otherwise.
I don't know. I just the thing is though is that I could read the Torah. I could read. I mean, I'm probably, nobody really reads the Talmud, but, I could do this shit. However, like, just like if I read the Quran, I would be, if I was just to try to interpret everything, and especially as I would see as being the literal words, I would never be considered an expert in Islam. The same would go in Judaism. The same goes in Christianity. And I think evangelicals, that's where they, like, really fuck
You
up.
are the Imam Mahdi.
Doc, you are the Imam Mahdi.
So Pepe. Oh, Pepe left.
I am the Mahdi.
Pepe left.
Doc, can you hear me?
Pepe doesn't understand his asthma ground. That's why he left.
Doc, you are the Imam al-Mahdi.
Yeah, I am the Son of God. You are correct.
There's nothing else you can say. You are the Imam al-Mahdi.
Yeah. That's like saying, you're the rabbi gangster.
You're the 12th Imam, the hidden Imam.
Do I need to come give your mom a hug? Why you keep talking about your mom?
Ali. You come from Ali.
This guy's autistic.
No, I'm Yiddish.
He's a Yiddish autist.
I know.
He's a Yiddish.
He did not come back like, no, I'm Yiddish. Oh, Jesus. I need to roll me a blunt on that one. This ninja has no idea. Doing all right, Jones?
Mm-hmm.
How goes the campaign?
It goes. We wage war.
Doc. Did you?
Yes, I'm listening.
We got a talking ape in here.
The Jews are your father.
Well, I mean, my great-great-grandfather was Ibrahim Rothschild, so you're probably not wrong.
We are your ancestors.
Who?
The Jews.
I didn't mean to sound like an owl.
The Jew is your ancestor.
Yeah, so are a lot of other people. Am I supposed to pick from one of them, or do I get to keep all of them because all of them made me?
Are you a Viking?
Well, I think I might have a little bit of Norsican in me because I can grow a mean beard.
Somali pirate?
Well, I mean, I'm not a fucking cornbread Ethiopian that had to run out of fucking Ethiopia because they fucked their cousin and became a Somali.
Those damn Somalis.
Bro, you sound like you're a Sudanese and you want to fight like I'm Southern Sudanese. You want to fight about it?
I don't like the North Sudanese, man. I like the South Sudanese, the Dinka tribe, man.
Bro, you don't want no smoke. You scared.
So you had a great-great-great-grandmother named Fatima?
I don't know who my great-great-great-grandmother is. 1, 2, 3.
So you must know that you come from Fatima and Ali.
I know that.
Do you own a
my
black turban?
great-great-grandfather married a Native American girl who was the granddaughter of a runaway slave and a Native American Seminole Indian female. And
Can I sponsor you a
but
black turban?
I don't know much about my great-great-grandmother's mother because I've read the book, but there's not a lot written about her.
Can I sponsor you a black turban? You can be a Sayyid, you can be the Imam.
Well, I mean, I am a religious leader, if you want to know, within my own community. I mean, I could be an imam, I could be a sheikh, I could be a muqaddam. You know, in your religion, I would be all three of those at the same time, like the Holy Trinity of, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Can you be a prime minister?
I mean, when we make Canada the 51st state, yes.
Well, it could be the 50 states of Yiddish.
Why are you stuttering?
I'm thinking. I think maybe 50 states of Israel, the United States of Israel, would be very nice. We could have Gaza, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, be the states of Israel. We can make Jordan.
You don't understand American politics because you're not American. You sound stupid when you talk about your version of our geopolitics.
Excuse me?
Did I stutter? Wah, like Charlie Brown's teacher?
Did I stutter?
The only one stuttering here, buddy, is you.
Ooh.
Bro, I'm gonna bury you in the Great Pumpkin Patch.
Oh, I dare you. I dare you.
Ooh. Double dog.
Well, I mean, I was talking philosophically, not physically. I'm not trying to, like, you know, tell you that I'm going to commit physical harm against you, but if you want to talk about, like, sociologically, intellectually, or any of those other levels,
I dare
please
you,
come at me. Dude, but you sound like a bitch the way you talk. I mean, you're talking to a man that's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, 3 college degrees.
You
Understand, it's like 98% of everything out there.
Mister,
And if you can teach me the 2%, I'd love to have you teach me the 2%. But if you want to question my 98% of what I know, I will tell you you're a pussy bitch that needs their ass whooped.
Do you know who you're talking to?
A pussy bitch that needs her ass whooped. Did I stutter? That's the second time I said it.
Mr. Doc, what's my name, mister?
Pussy.
See, you don't even know. You can't even read English, can you?
I'm inshallah.
What do you think my race is, mister?
Not American.
This is so stupid.
What do you think I am, mister?
Oh my gosh, I can't take it anymore.
Bro, if he's really American, that's the sad part.
Oh, wow, I'm talking about you. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
okay, my bad.
This is try to miss.
Funny with the money, you got me mistaken, honey. I didn't want to rape you. I just want the papers, the visa, Capisha. I like the papers. Who the head honcho? Sick like
You kicked me.
That guy was obviously egging her on in the video. That's very clear to see.
But I don't understand. Why are you not defending yourself right now? You're air-free. You look like Jewish.
Randy, what's up with that PTR? Is that Diego?
This guy just think I don't defend myself?
Jesus. Yo, Robert, man, what happened? You must really be depressed. You got huge. But at least it looks like the dandruff problem went away. But Dan, did you put on 100 pounds? 120 pounds?
YouTube link in the chat. My friend wants to watch it on YouTube.
Actually, never mind. That guy's hair is thicker than yours. Yours is thinning out.
Elle and Nora. Anyone can egg on a woman and get a rise out of her. I told Elle that I hit my girlfriend, and she got livid. I could have played that up and got her a rise out of her. It's easy.
Why is that a me?
Dude, I just wish that your girlfriend was my sister, so I could come over and stick a knife in your throat.
You hit your girlfriend twice. How do you not understand?
I would love to put she's a woman you've never even met, and you got a rise out of her.
I don't condone any violence towards anyone.
Okay, then get out of Gaza. Violence is one of my favorite things to do.
Go to war.
God
Really?
taught me about it.
The God of War?
I don't think boyfriends should hit their girlfriend.
Yeah, it's just God.
I think you're lying about what you condone and what you don't condone. For example, I'm very honest.
Are you telling me that God didn't tell his army go down there and kill those people and then get all the gold and bring it back?
I don't care.
Don't keep any of it for yourself. But then there was that one dumb fuck that buried the 2 pieces of gold underneath his tent and got crucified for it. Bitch, please, got me fucked up like I don't know the fucking Bible
never see a
happened.
single day of peace. Fucking faggots.
We're talking about domestic violence.
I do condone domestic
violence.
violence.
Yo, faggot ass trick mouth needs to shut the fuck up. You sound like a pussy bitch.
So is Robbie
What's up, Mom?
Palestinian or Israel?
No, I'm just someone who's very realistic and I'm opportunistic. And whenever I see opportunity, my hand protrudes and sees that.
You start rubbing your hands together, don't you?
Yes, I actually do.
Licking your lips, hunching your back, and snickering.
No, my back is always hunched.
Then you should stop playing the I'm Palestinian card.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm in a room full of fucking dumb fucks that keep running their fucking pile and act like they know what they're talking about, but they don't know shit.
Girl, but I told you before, dude. Man, you know what? I'm not gonna say it. I'll mute up.
Be a gentleman, Randy. Once in your life.
To be fair, if we're all sitting here on Clubhouse, talking.
How should I tell you in private?
Why should we care?
Tell me what.
What I wanted to say.
Sure.
What do you want to get off his chest?
Yeah, I don't want to say it in public. I'll say it in private.
Okay.
Bro, he probably wants the cum to come off his chest because he probably got somebody to come over and take a shit on that motherfucker. He's had a feeling growing inside of him for a long time and he has to get it out, but he doesn't want to put it on the record. Yeah, well, he took a shit on somebody else's chest like he was in Dubai, trying to fucking, pay $25,000 to crap on a bitch's chest and videotape. That feeling is slightly below the belly button and above the knees. And it's pointing straight at you as well. What the fuck tartary are you talking about? You sound dumb as fuck. Boom. Brandon, I'm the one drinking beer. Why can't we all get along? No, please make it make sense when I'm drinking beer. I'm still smarter than you.
Exactly.
And the
But
shekels
think
must
about
move.
Ukraine. Just think about Ukraine. BlackRock owns a huge share in the weapon manufacturing companies, which make a shit ton of money by destroying Ukraine. But then BlackRock has all the construction contracts with Ukraine after the war. I make a shit ton of money by destroying Ukraine and then by building it. So why wouldn't I want to war in Ukraine?
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking
tell
about.
me, and I will right now. I will agree.
Like, well, if you know anything about their,
pray or
then
make
tell me.
rules to
Tell me
stop losing
then
your
tell
children.
me what. Then tell me
with
what
the
is the
primal
difference.
forces of nature.
Then
I've
tell me.
already told you,
Then
I don't
tell
care
me.
about the Palestinian children.
Tell me
I don't
what
care
is.
about the gay
Tell me what
hostages.
is.
I don't care about.
You're talking over me. You hear me asking a question?
Morality then?
I said, ask me.
The nihilist?
I said, I'm a dude. You're not letting me talk because you're not being very smart.
Your life
I'm
is
asking you.
world.
I'm
There is no
asking you.
way.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Your
I'm
life
asking
is
you.
the standard of
I'm
morality.
asking
so
you.
whatever
Like
pushes
the
my
fact that
life
you're so
forward,
stupid.
that is
You
moral.
don't understand the difference
The
between
only reason you
KBR
exist on Earth
or
is to push
Halliburton.
forward my personal
And
interests.
you act like
You
you
are
know
my
this.
nigger, in other
I
words.
thought that
She's
you
the
lost
dumbest
all your
nigger in the room.
You are my nigga. What the?
I didn't know we were talking to the king of the world here.
Randy, did you
Okay.
sell the bottom?
Well, bow down.
He got wrecked, dude.
We are all just figments of imagination. We only exist in your head.
No. You exist with physicality. You do exist, but I'm saying
Randy,
the only reason.
Randy, are the niggers in the room with you now?
Yes.
Get my money right.
That's all of us.
But Randy, I
human
thought that you
being-
lost all your investments.
Every human being is literally. Once
I
you
really
think
like
about it,
Melissa. Thank you.
Randy has
Hey,
a
how do you want to answer
self-stop
this?
desire, just some whips and chains.
He lost all his money. It's on you.
How did he lose all his money, though? I mean, make it make sense.
All the tariffs, he lost all his money.
Oh, well, markets are.
Oh, me? No, last
That's what
year
you say
in
about
2024,
housing market,
I
but
made
not
six
true.
figures on interest out of my
I mean,
investments.
all of the recent comps
But
in
in the
so
last
above what I
like
made.
5 months, I've lost like $48,000
Come on.
on some of my investments
So
because
you're
I'm
good
heavily
too,
invested
yeah.
in Tesla. You know, but you know what?
People, we
It
no
don't
longer
matter
live in a
because I
world
don't
of
really
nations
give a
and
fuck.
ideologies.
These pussy bitches
The
don't even
world
know
is
how
a
to invest.
college of
bitches don't even know how to live
corporations,
within your means.
inexorably
You got
determined
credit
by the
cards.
immutable bylaws
You're
of business.
fucking stupid.
The world is a business, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
It has been since the man crawled out of the primordial ooze.
He gets that.
I thought
One
you were out
vast-
for a second.
Everybody clap. Everybody. Diego. One person understood it. Thank God.
There is one vast and ecumenical holding company for whom all men will work to serve a common profit, in which all men will hold a share of stock, all necessities provided, and all anxieties tranquilized, all boredom amused.
So what about Palestine?
And Palestine will be the great
Nobody gives a shit
circus
about that park
that we watch on television as Randy counts his shekels.
Oh, that's crazy.
Just think about it. As someone who is not really involved there, why would you be involved in any way that doesn't add to your investment portfolio? Like, are you guys dumb?
Why do you listen?
I mean,
Wait a second. Randy, here's something you don't understand. Nuda was trying to be Shiloh. It just didn't work out.
But
Well, that was the aim.
Yeah, because
And if you
sometimes
wanna
their
fuck
best is
my
not
family
good
that
enough.
lives in
But like,
Israel,
that's fine.
I'll
Listen,
come
you
up
learn
there
and you
and I'll
grow.
move into Gaza,
is Palestinian.
and I will fucking murk everybody.
Do you think, would you kill Nura?
No, but Noura is Palestinian. I would tell her, Noura, fuck your children. Elle is Israeli. I would tell her, Elle, fuck your hostages. And I would move on.
I don't believe you really think that.
Oh, dude, please test my face.
Deep down, he cries himself at night, but let's not talk
need
about
a
that.
Deep down, I laugh my ass off because you guys are wasting your time on Cockhouse talking about shit that don't add anything to your life. Nigga, I'm doing my CFA. I don't care about you motherfuckers. I'll go back.
John, do you agree with that? Are we wasting our time?
Yeah,
No,
100%.
I've been learning, like, rapport line, shalom line is something I know from,
It don't feel like we're
somebody
wasting
that I
our
know that
time.
was brilliant, that taught me that I'm the master of my own universe.
Oh, well,
This is-
actually, I had a total discussion with Lou about this.
She can't talk anymore because of what she did. So
You guys can't waste your
I'm with
time.
my friends.
You guys are unable to
You're
waste
with
your
your
time.
friend.
Diego.
It
feels like performance art, Randy.
No, I'm telling you, you guys are
Yes,
unable.
he is very performative and broke.
You're unable to waste your time because for you to waste your time, by definition, that means that there's a better use for it. And you guys, you're all losers. You're on crack house wasting your damn time. I'm just telling you. Like,
we're wasting your time.
No, you can't even waste your time. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
why we're here. If
There's
you,
no
if
better
you weren't here,
alternative.
you wouldn't come on here. So we're here.
There's no better alternative use of your time, and
So
therefore
you
you're
could
not
be making money instead of wasting your time here with us.
I think
can't
Randy
make money
says
right
he makes
now.
money while he sleeps. I think
He
that's
loses money while he's
Okay,
asleep.
did you see, Diego, did you see what happened to
You see how he's
Bitcoin
trying to turn on the big mic?
today, just today? Did you see Bitcoin price today?
Yeah, that's because of the Pope.
He's getting some trick.
You know, we made a shit ton of money today, nigga. Why do you think I'm so happy?
That's because they elected a Pope.
No, it's because of the deal with England.
What was the price of Bitcoin yesterday?
Was there a Pope? Was there a Pope yesterday? No.
Yeah, what was the price yesterday?
Wait,
It's not so bad yesterday, actually. It went up, but today it went up amazing.
Like covered up all the like the sexual crimes and
Yeah, but if you had your money in Nvidia,
It's been going up for today. I made a shit ton with Nvidia, nigga. I bought it at 182 recently when it dipped with the Liberation Day.
There you go.
That's right. Who went to 465? Motherfucker, now it's back to 514, is it?
Amazing.
What was it from December
literally, you guys wasted
31st
all you do is waste
until
your time.
last week?
bro. Huh? You're a Jew. Well, I'm more Jewish than the Jews. At least I make money. Holy fuck. Yeah, sure. Big up.
You lose money. You were Diego. Refresh my
Actually,
memory.
the Jews make me money.
Was Little
And there's
Rabbit
something
not
called
complaining to us
IFRS
about how
check.
much money he lost? No more than 2
That's
weeks
true,
ago?
actually. Yeah, I do remember that. There was a lot of kvetching.
No, the American Liberation
Here's Anne. Let's see how she can contribute to this
Well,
riveting
Anne is my favorite
conversation.
Cubs
And am I wrong when I say
I like Anne.
that yesterday there was no Pope, today there is a Pope, and also the price of Bitcoin went up, and clearly there's a correlation.
Anne, who's the cutie in your picture?
Well, that's her cuck boyfriend.
You guys look cute together.
Yeah, but
He's a man on Clubhouse, right? Randy?
He's a cuck. He likes to see her with other men.
She still owes me that date.
She owes. I'm gonna meet her in November.
Okay, what did you say? Sorry. They said you and whoever that is look cute together. Oh, thank you. My boyfriend. I'm going to see him. Yay.
Hey, priorities, and you still have, like, stuff that you have on your docket. You can't just go on vacation.
I'm going 12 through the 19th. That's
on principles.
oh my god.
Dominant,
I got
being,
Botox done.
overbearing to get their point across. Like those are
Look
at this bitch is like what women tend to do when they're being masculine.
In between my eyebrows and my
Argumentative, physical violence.
My head hurts so bad, and I have bruises.
Machoism.
Well, Elle would get bruises if she goes to Montreal.
Oh god.
You see? No, now you're making Elle really angry.
What happened to Bonsoir? Isn't she there?
Oh,
you would get a lot of bruises, Bubba.
She must have left. What day is it? Thursday? I think he told us Sunday to Thursday. Yeah, he's back to harassing other people.
No, actually she's on the phone.
Well, tell her hi.
That's why I'm here.
Tell her we want to talk to her.
What do you think of the Pope, Diego?
Why would I let you talk to her, nigga?
It's clearly the reason why Bitcoin went up, Anne. Don't you think?
You talked to her before.
I don't do Bitcoin.
The Pope
Nah,
seems
you
cool.
heard her, but you didn't talk to her.
We literally talked to her. You would ask her questions and answer from us.
Yeah, but she's literally on the phone. I'm not even supposed to come on here because she's on the phone.
Like, get off with us. Go talk to her. I'd be pissed.
She's on the phone, nigga. Do you comprendo?
Like on the phone. Oh, like on the phone with somebody else. So.
No shit, Sherlock. Nigga, see, can you go to the chat between us, Al, and can you read not the last thing? Can you read what I sent you again?
On the phone could mean several things.
Okay, but can you read what I sent you
Yeah,
again?
but okay, but I think.
But can you go ahead and read it again, please?
What is on the phone?
Boo, can you read it again?
Like on the phone with them.
Well, Boo Boo, can you read it again, please?
No, I'm not reading it again.
No, read it again between you and yourself. Just read it again.
I don't need to. I remember.
Yes, you do need. Okay, reiterate it.
What?
Reiterate it then.
What?
Exactly. So just go ahead and read it again, Boo Boo.
Oh, reiterate.
How about you just close your eyes and just read it, and close your eyes and just keep repeating it, and repeat between you and yourself
stop.
10 times. Please. Repeat it 10 times, nigga, until you understand it.
Just stop.
Shit.
What in the molester are you talking about, dude?
I don't know.
Wait, why did Elle leave?
Oh, no,
So I'm gonna take a wild guess and say she didn't enjoy being
I was kind of weird.
I wasn't listening to what happened. I just.
Nah, that's not it.
He's a weirdo.
I wasn't harassing her. What do you think I was harassing her?
Because that's what you do.
No.
Why do you think I've been kicking you?
I don't care. I want to be kicked. I literally told you, kick me.
And you got what you asked for.
Yeah. Did I bitch? Did I complain again?
Randy drives people away. Can I play you guys something? I think it identifies Randy perfectly.
Well, you're gonna do it anyway.
Yes.
Alright.
Please.
Hang on. It's very short.
Let's give him a diagnosis.
That was a cocky laugh on my part.
Hang on. Here we go. Tell me if you can hear it first.
It's being young.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
I miss being young. Your 20s are great. You're down for whatever. Your friends call you. They're like, "Do you want to go?" You're like, "I'll go." You don't even know where you're going. You're like, "I'll move, dude. I'll set my apartment on fire." What do you want to do? Your 30s come and you're like, "Where are we going? How late are they open? Is it loud? I'm going to drive separate."
The fuck are we listening to?
Randa!
The putative computability of what is not God have any effect on that reductive?
So, I mean, if we think about the problem of the one and the many, I mean, you can make the same objection that you're making right now. Like, we can just say that, I mean, if, for example, in the number 3, if the 3 is a unity, and, you know, there's a number 1 and 2 that preceded, and, you know, the relationship between 3 and other numbers, there's all this thing, like, how is it the case that, I guess that the other numbers don't also explain or needed to explain the 3, and, you know, trying to make this. I mean, we can make that. We explain. I would just accept that. Yeah, and I would say that the same way that we see the one and the many in all of creation, we see it in our minds, we see it in our thoughts, we see it in every object and literally everything that we can ever possibly think of. And I don't know, we see some of that in the Trinity and in real distinctions in metaphysics, because I mean, I would just affirm real distinctions in terms of, you know, divine absolute divine simplicity. I mean, we can say the same thing. I mean, we can say that God is one and many, and the oneness, I guess, will be something that the manyness will never be able to fully, I guess, encapsulate. So I don't have a. I mean, I would just bite the bullet and I mean, just affirm that there's something similar going on with, I guess, with God thinking about us in His mind, and I just don't see your objection, man.
I feel like you're familiar with the objection you're making against me, so much so that the way you're putting it is too smart for me. I don't. You're gonna have to explain it like you're talking to a 5-year-old. I don't understand how the problem of universals is featuring as like a like here's what I take you to be saying in general. It sounds like what you're saying in general is, hey Jimmy, if we accepted your reductio via the PSR against idealism, then we would have to accept it against other Christian essentials. But since we're already committed to those, we shouldn't buy your reductio against idealism. That's what I take to be like what you're trying to say. Is that fair?
I guess in part, but I guess I'm still thinking about like how we can apply your objection on the not on universals and particulars. I was talking about one in manyness and in the number 3 and how it is a unity and that unity can be broken infinitely into, let's say, the relations of 1, 2, and 3, and I guess all the possible divisions within.
Shit like that. But I'm saying, like, dimension wise, there's up and down, left and right, straight and back, and then that's dimensions. There's 3 directions that you can move in mobility.
Like, I don't know what you had the past experience, but you more, you safe with me. That's what I'm saying.
You must.
No, and this is the thing, and this is why this is going to be fish on another planet that is a water planet, right? Is that like this is the problem. And if you're sitting here thinking like my existence is this, therefore the other. You like, oh, I have to travel through 3-dimensional space like in a way like I'm here, I'm gonna go there. I can only travel the speed of light if I'm not matter.
This sounds like religious
beings.
Well, the other thing, Day, is real space, like the real third dimension, is non-Euclidean, so it's not up, down, left, right, forward, back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, for any force that you feel, there's 3 dimensions, though. I mean, there's 3 dimensions technically regardless.
You human,
No, the universe isn't a 3-dimensional world. The universe is in 3 dimensions. Time is the 4th dimension. It's a higher dimension that we cannot have control of.
A hypercube is an internal cube expressing itself outwardly infinitely. That is a flower blooming. So we have expressions of 4th-dimensional objects here. It's just how we're looking at it.
Exactly. Dude, why doesn't he understand it? Like you're saying, 3 dimensions, we have to travel linearly through it. Like 4th dimension of time, we have to travel like linearly through it. We can only go forward. Like, no, what we're saying is, yeah, you human, that's your fucking reality.
That's how we
Exactly, other technologies, other beings that cannot travel through 3-dimensional time without doing it linearly. You know what I mean?
You sound overweight. Are you fat?
Like pH fat or like FAT fat?
Both. Your pH AT fat and FAT fat. I can tell by your breathing mannerisms. Go ahead.
If I said I was smoking a joint when I was talking, would that change your opinion of my physique based on video talk?
Negative. Go ahead.
And Bone, did you have anything to add to the conversation?
Nothing at all.
I actually do. It was, that's very intriguing too, actually.
So like Mario on the Game Boy, that's 2D, right? It can go left and right, up and down. That's 2 dimensions.
Yes.
But if I can make it go straight,
nothing.
All of a sudden I got 3 dimensions at that point.
If Mario was truly 2D, he would cease to exist if you try to measure his depth. And there is an atomic layer of depth, so he is a 3rd-dimensional object still. Nothing here is truly 2D. It has depth.
He is definitely 2D. And he can go up.
No, he's not.
He's right. Let's say let's say you're going right, you're traveling right, and then like all of a sudden there's like that green little I think a hole thing that he jumps in, right? And that's in the way. He has to go up to go over that. He cannot go straight and go around it.
Yeah, but
he has to go up.
Those expressions of 3D objects.
He is restricted. He is restricted from the 3D.
He would, if you try to measure him laterally, he would.
Summer is fast approaching. How will you make the most of yours? Consider taking a class at Elgin Community College.
January 9th, body. And the body is nothing but the sperm and the ovum. So where is this you? This body is like an instrument that says, I am, like an announcer. Presently you think that you are the body-mind, and whatever concepts...
Lao Tzu puts it in this way: the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And when merits are accomplished, it lays no claim to them. The more, therefore, you relinquish power, trust others, the more powerful you become. But in such a way that instead of having to lie awake nights, controlling everything, you do it beautifully by trusting the job to everyone else. And they carry it on for you. So you can go to sleep at night, trust your nervous system to wake you up in the morning. You can even tell it, I want to wake up at 6 o'clock, and it'll wake you up just like an alarm clock. This seems a sort of paradox to say this, but the principle of unity, of coming to a sense of oneness with the whole of the rest of the universe, is not to try to obtain power over the rest of the universe. That will only disturb it and antagonize it and make it seem less one with you than ever. The way to become one with the universe is to trust it as another, as you would another, and say, let's see what you're going to do. But in doing that, you see, in saying that to everything else that you have been taught to think is not you, you are also saying it to yourself. Because finally, as I pointed out, you do not know where your decisions come from. They pop up like hiccups. And when you make a decision, people have a great deal of anxiety about making decisions. There's this guy farmer, who ordered a help man come in, and found he was an extraordinarily efficient worker, because the first day he put him on sawing logs. And he sawed more logs than anybody had ever sawed. It was fantastic. But they were all done in one day. So the next day he put him on to mending fences. And there were all kinds of broken fences around the farm. And in one day he had the whole thing done. So he thought, what am I going to do with this guy? So he took him down into a basement and said, look, here are all the potatoes that have come in from this harvest. And I want you to sort them into 3 groups. Those that we sell, those that we use for seeding, and those that we throw away. So he left it at that. At the end of the day, the laborer came back and said, well, that's enough, mister. I quit. Oh, he said, you can't quit. I've never had such an excellent worker. I'll raise your salary. I'll do anything to keep you around here. I said, no. It's all right mending fences and chopping wood, but this potato business is decision after decision after decision after decision. So when we decide, we're always worrying, did I think this over long enough? Did I take enough data into consideration? And if you think it through, you find you never could take enough data into consideration. The data for a decision in any given situation is infinite. So what you do is, you go through the motions of thinking out what you will do about this. And then when the time comes to act, you make a snap judgment. I mean, I'm speaking a little extremely, making some fun of it and so on, because after all, we do occasionally get the vague outlines of things and make a right decision on rational grounds. But we fortunately forget the variables that could have interfered with this coming out right. It's amazing how often it works. But warriors are people who think of all the variables beyond their control, what might happen. So then when you make a decision, and it works out all right, I think very little of it has much to do with your conscious intent and control. But somehow or other, you are able to decide and control things more harmoniously if you delegate authority. That's why very great businessmen are those who can delegate authority. Trust others to work for them. Because those are people developing businesses on the same basic structure that is fundamental to a living organism. Delegation of authority. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And you see, then what is happening is this. The more you let go of it and trust it, as if it were quite other than you, the more you realize the inseparable identity of self and other. To go back, if you try to find the identity of self and other by subjecting other to self, no go. If, on the other hand, you find it through giving self, that is control, over to other, and trusting that, you may make a mistake. You may make a bad gamble. But in the long run, you're acting on a principle which has the backing of evolution. This is the way biological evolution goes on. Constant delegation of authority. That's why, obviously, the democracy is superior to the monarchy. It was de Tocqueville who said that democracy is always right, but for the wrong reasons. Because there is operating in a democracy the principle that Buckminster Fuller calls synergy. And synergy is the intelligence of a highly complex system, the nature of which is always unknown to the individual members. Because that goes back again to this point, that we're always entering a new environment. We don't ever know fully what the new environment is, because the only environments we know are the past ones. There's always then operating in the development of cellular life on any level a new way of organization, higher than any existing form. And we are not aware of it until after it's happened. If you ever saw, for example, the film Kon-Tiki, this man figured out a few things as to how to make a balsa wood raft to sail from South America to the Pacific Islands. But once he had set this in motion, he discovered that all sorts of unexpected factors cooperated with him. That when the wood got wet, it expanded so that the ties bit into it and held it completely secure. He'd never expected that. And he found that as he sailed along, a flying fish would simply alight flat on the deck every morning for breakfast. There are all kinds of natural factors. It was just, he'd touched a key where he was flowing with the course of nature, and everything cooperated with him. Because he had touched the key. He had made the act of faith. And he was just picking up, in other words, a practice which had been hundreds and hundreds of years ago, had been followed by others who had worked it out by their great ecological awareness. So we do come out of this way of thinking to something which has, I would say, the most enormously creative and revolutionary social consequences. That it has become not virtuous, not self-sacrificing, and not anything like that. It has become the hardest practical politics to let go control to others, to give up trying to dominate the scene. Also, in a parallel way, it has become at this time in our history very much hard practical politics. To learn how to enjoy ourselves. You can go to the Protestant people with their Protestant ethic who are against this kind of thing, and now say to them with great glee, it is your solemn duty to learn how to enjoy yourself. Why? Because in an age of leisure, people have really got to know how to enjoy themselves. Because if they don't, they'll smash the whole future of the human race. So a utopia has become not some sort of a dream, but an urgent necessity. We can't do without it. Because if we try to do without it, what's going to happen is that we are going to terminate our race in a mutual massacre of scapegoats. And so the present paranoia in the United States that is going on, where everybody is thinking up a new scapegoat, how great it will be to demolish them or get them out of power. All this kind of bickering and right and left politics has become irrelevant. Because we now have the opportunity of trusting our own intelligence, our own technology, to take the risk of doing what we want, which will work to the extent that we realize that what I want, basically, what I really want is what you want. And I don't know what you want. It surprised me. But that's the kinship between I and thou. So when I ask, I go right down to the question. Should we start with, what do I want? The answer is, I don't know. When Bodhidharma was asked, who are you? Which is another form of the same question. He said, I don't know. Planting flowers to which the butterflies come. Bodhidharma says, I know not. I don't know what I want. Well, when you don't know what you want, you've reached the state of desirelessness. a beginning stage of not knowing and there's an ending stage of not knowing. In the beginning stage, you don't know what you want because you haven't thought about it, or you've only thought superficially. Then when somebody forces you to think about it and go through and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other, there's the middle stage. Then you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want? In the end you say, no, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. But it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want? 2 reasons that you don't really know what you want. Number 1, you have it. Number 2, you don't know yourself, because you never can. The Godhead is never an object of its own knowledge. Just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illumine itself. It's always an endless mystery to itself. I don't know. And this I don't know, uttered in the infinite interior of the spirit, this I don't know is the same thing as I love, I let go, I don't try to force or control. It's the same thing as humility. And so the Upanishads say, if you think that you understand Brahman, you do not understand, and you have yet to be instructed further. If you know that you do not understand, then you truly understand. For the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, and known to those who know it not. And the principle is that any time you, as it were, voluntarily let up control, in other words, cease to cling to yourself, you have an access of power. Because you're wasting energy all the time in self-defense, trying to manage things, trying to force things to conform to your will. The moment you stop doing that, that wasted energy is available. And therefore you are, in that sense, having that energy available, you are one with the divine principle. You have the energy. When you're trying, however, to act as if you were God, that is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and you have to keep everybody in line, you lose the divine energy. Because what you're doing is simply defending yourself. So then, the principle is, the more you give it away, the more it comes back. Now you say, I don't have the courage to give it away. I'm afraid. And you can only overcome that by realizing you better give it away because there's no way of holding on to it. The meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving constantly, that we're all falling apart, we're all in a process of constant death, and that the world we hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes or it prospers and like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two is gone, all that Omar Khayyam jazz. The cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the great globe itself, all which it inherits shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. All falling apart. Everything is. That's the great assistance to you. See, that fact that everything is in decay is your helper. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go because there's nothing to hold on to. It's achieved for you, in other words, by the process of nature. So once you see that you just don't have a prayer, and it's all washed up, and that you will vanish and leave not a rack behind, and you really get with that, suddenly you find you have the power. This enormous access of energy. But it's not power that came to you because you grabbed it. came in entirely the opposite way. And power that comes to you in that opposite way is power with which you can be trusted. Of course, what we've been talking about is not so much a set of ideas as an experience, or shall we say experiencing. And this kind of seminar, in comparison with encounter groups or workshops of various kinds, or experiments in sensory awareness, is now being called a conceptual seminar. Although I'm not talking about concepts. But the crucial question arises that an understanding, a real feeling understanding of the polar relationship between the individual and the world is something that operates, as we say, in your bones, and isn't just a view that you hold or a belief that you hold. It's so curious that the emphasis of the Western tradition in religion is primarily upon right belief. Do you believe in the right dogmas and the right doctrines? And only secondarily upon right action. Because what you believe is, in Christianity at any rate, far more important than what you do. Because one is saved through faith, not by works. And early in its history, the Christian church rejected the movement in the church which had been known as Gnosticism, from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. And in a way, there were some sound reasons for doing so. Because the Gnostics were what I would call anti-materialists. They divided human beings into three classes that were called, respectively, pneumatic, psychic, and hylic. The last one being H-Y-L-I-C, from the Greek hyli, or they would call it now ili, meaning wood. So the people were spiritual, psychological.
No, but look, hey, that will happen anyway, not through a house invite, but...
And that is to say, the wooden people were those most absorbed in materiality and most closely identified with their bodies. And Orthodox Christianity rejected this sort of distinction because of the perfectly correct idea that material existence is not inconsistent with spirituality. This is something which most Christians have forgotten. But they do believe, as the central principle of Christianity, in what's called the incarnation. That in the Jesus of Nazareth, Almighty God did in fact become material, become human.
And so the intrinsic problem.
And by this process, initiated a transformation of the cosmos. In the words of St. Athanasius, God became man, that man might become God. And you don't hear that from the pulpit very often. The Christian Church therefore emphasized pistis, or faith, as against gnosis, or knowledge. Because they said you can never know God. God could never become an object of knowledge. And in this funny roundabout way, the Christian theologians were saying exactly the same thing as the Hindus. Only the Hindus
do call this knowledge of God through faith, they call it jnana, which is the same as the Greek word gnosis. But just to give you a little sidelight on how words get mixed up in their meanings, we now have a class of person called an agnostic. And an agnostic generally means a person who doesn't commit himself to any beliefs about the ultimate nature of things. He just says he doesn't know. But the original word, agnosia in Greek, meant a special kind of knowledge. It was called the dark knowledge of God. The knowledge of God in the cloud of unknowing, to use the title of a mystical treatise written by an anonymous 14th century English monk. This monk derived his ideas from a very mysterious figure who wrote under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. Dionysius was a 5th or 6th century Syrian monk who had learned his mysticism from Porphyry, who got it from Plotinus, who was a Neoplatonist, and who probably got a great deal of stimulation from the intellectual world of Alexandria. And Alexandria, in the early years of the Christian era, was a tremendous exchange place between East and West. Buddhist monks visited Alexandria.
Didn't you have a flaming sword?
It was one of the great centers of trade between Rome and India. And as you may know, all Rome's gold eventually went to India for the purchase of pepper. And as a result of this, the Roman economy collapsed. They bought too much luxury from India. India, in exchange, got Roman architecture. And you'll see a lot of Roman architecture in Indian temples. But Alexandria was the great center for the Gnostics and for Christian theology. And some of the greatest theologians, Clement, Origen, Athanasius, St. Cyril, all worked out of Alexandria. But now going back to this strange monk, Dionysius, it was he who first put around the idea in Christian circles that there was such a thing of the knowledge as the knowledge of God by faith, by agnosia, really, by unknowing. And he, in a book which he wrote, a very short book called The Theologia Mystica, he wrote a treatise on the higher knowledge of God, which might be quoted directly from the Upanishads in certain parts of it. The last section of it reads like the Mandukya Upanishad, because it's a series of negations. It says what God is not. And he goes very far, because he says that God is not one. He says our idea of unity falls far short of what God is. So does our idea of Trinity. So does our idea of spirit, our idea of mind, of justice, of love. All these things are not really God. And he says in another place, if anybody, having seen God, understood what he had seen, what he would have seen would not have been God, but some creature of God, less than God, some sort of angel or something like that. It's perfectly amazing to consider the influence that this man had. For writing under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite, he became identified, you see, with St. Paul's first convert in Athens. And legend has it that he was the first bishop of Athens and was martyred in Gaul, where he's known as St. Denis. But St. Thomas Aquinas looked upon the writings of Dionysius the Areopagite as having the highest authority. And you could, if all the texts of Dionysius's work had been lost, you could restore most of it from quotations in St. Thomas. He wrote really two very important books. One was the one I said, the Theologia Mystica. The other was called The Divine Names. And these two books presented the two phases of his theology. The book called The Divine Names was a discussion on the nature of God in terms of what God is like, by analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called cataphatic, from the Greek theme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say, to speak by analogy. Where he used, though, entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic. And the word apo meaning away from, to talk away from. Just as a sculptor, when he makes an image, reveals the image by removing stone. And so Dionysius explained that one attains the knowledge of God by discarding concepts, which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say neti, neti, not this, not any conception. Thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge. Now, people have greatly misunderstood this. They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought, you went on to discard perception, you went on to discard any kind of sensory content in awareness, until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by Nirvikalpa Samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world. That he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen, known as Huinan, described people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood. He said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof. He said it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, or like space. Because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe. And so in the same way, the state of mind of a person who is truly enlightened is not empty. It contains everything.
Robert Francis Prevost, born on September 14,
like space,
1955 in Chicago,
it is not stained by what it contains.
American.
And it's often said in Zen imagery, you can't hammer a nail into space. You can't spit on the sky and soil it. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say that consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual, which is, of course, what purity generally means in the Western world. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. A person who's pure in heart is generally understood as one who never has any naughty thoughts.
You know what naughty means? It means vain, negative, empty. A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything, who's just nothing. That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of contemplation existed not only in India, from which it was transmitted to China, but also in the West. You read many treatises on Western mysticism, and there's still the feeling that getting into a deep, deep trance, sometimes called rapture, again, the word rapture has undergone some transformations. We talk about rapture as people being beside themselves with pleasure. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as meaning in a state of high pleasure. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. As Arabs say of all crazy people, be kind to them. They're not here, their soul is with God. But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting in a trance like a lump on a log, with a perfectly blank mind. Because if that were the highest state of consciousness, it would be an exclusive state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something. Not being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. So they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude anything, which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved, finite. So, if you want to think incidentally of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in The Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined. And it has only one side and only one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But there's something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. No, we'd have to do one extra move on a serpent to make it into a Klein bottle.
It was normal in shamanism to bring the message from different beings.
Quantum entanglement. That's why channeling works.
Many ancient cultures have a universal mind in which all of us participate.
We're channeling that energy all the time.
It's just we were taught to be afraid of it.
Even if they are in different planets and different galaxies, they are entangled. That's quantum mechanics.
Everything is all connected.
We often speak of it as one's vibrational frequency.
The post-materialist paradigm has room for non-local consciousness.
When we start to wake up, we remember that there's something outside of ourselves, something bigger.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We're actually at the warehouse in Jordan, and I'm with MATW, who brought me to have a look at their tremendous work, mashallah. For the first time, they're able to get medical kits into Gaza. They've got food, all these emergency relief packs, lots and lots of food, over 2,000 packets. And there have been about 400 trucks that have gone into Gaza. So continue to help all my brothers and sisters, continue, and don't get complacent. As we see the images happening over and over again, we may get complacent, we may give up, and we may normalize it in our heads. But no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is still looking at what we can do. Not one of your good deeds has ever gone in vain. Remember Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to always ask his companions, how much can you give? Even if it is half of a date, save yourself from the fire. Continue to donate, continue to do whatever you can. Even if we can't change the world, little bit by little bit, inshallah, drop by drop, we can do it, inshallah ta'ala. Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
You'd have to tuck its head through the side of its skin and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Klein bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state, the state of samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So, what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl up into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet, when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is, in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, is a very curious problem. Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance. And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. The same could be said of LSD. A medicine, not a diet. Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door, or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick into the house. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door, and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. So I think a good definition of a parasite is the person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you into. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself. Because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years and acquire a great deal of money by so doing. But what he does is another thing. He tries to give them the put down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, you see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing. And that keeps you working. But all the time, you're being talked out. It's like someone who's a pickpocket and he's stolen your own watch and is selling it to you. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this. If you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of a mystical experience, you become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better and no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the middle. Any one can be considered as the center one. Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, there really, from that point of view, you see, there is nothing to do to attain Buddhahood. Nothing at all. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing, is what's called you. Only, of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their heads. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Yajnadatha. And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking in the wrong side of the mirror. And you know, he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you are perfectly well aware of your head, only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view of other people's heads, because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes people, you see. So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence and nerve finally to say, "Hey, don't pull that stunt on me anymore. I see through your game." And because gurus are very clever at putting you down, but they're just trying to see how strong you are, testing you out, see if they can hoodwink you. So long as they can, you see, they're going to go on doing it, because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it to you anymore. Then they'll graduate. And so, one of Rinzai's students, after he saw through it, said, "Well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all." Of course there wasn't. He said boldly and straight out, "My teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child. You know, when you play games with a child and pretend you've got something here, the child goes into all kinds of tizzy to get you to open your hand and show what it is, and then there's nothing. So you can be fooled. As long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't ask the question anymore. Because it's all become clear. It's all become clear that there is no puzzle about this universe. What makes you think there are puzzles about this universe? Very simple reason. You're trying to explain it. And when you explain things, what do you mean by explanation? There are several meanings of explanation. There is really one basic meaning. But first of all, to be able to translate what is happening into terms of words or numbers. In other words, to describe. But a real explanation is not just a description. It's a description which enables us to control what we're describing. But didn't we see in the last session that to control the world is not really what we want to do? So that if all explanations have as their function enabling us to control things, then maybe an explanation isn't what we wanted. And furthermore, you can very simply see that what makes things complicated is explaining. When somebody explains to you how a flower works, and he's a great botanist, and analyzes all the innards of a flower, and shows the channels, the fibers, the processes of reproduction, and so on that go on in it, everybody stands fascinated. See how complicated that is. How clever God must have been to create that flower, to have all that complexity going. It isn't complicated at all. It's only complicated when you start thinking about it. Because the vehicle of words is a very clumsy one. And when you try to talk about the processes of nature, what is complicated is not the processes of nature, but trying to put them into words. That's as complicated as trying to drink up the ocean with a fork. It takes forever. And so this intense complexity that we see in everything is created by our attempt to analyze it all. And so what we do is, you see, when we analyze, we use our eyes and ears as scalpels. And we dissect everything. And we have to put a label on every piece we chop off. And so we scalpelize and we get it right down to atoms. Getting finer and finer, and we suddenly thought, well, we've got to the end of it, because the word atom means what is not cuttable. Atomos. But then we found we could cut the atom. And lo and behold, big fleas had little fleas upon their backs to bite them. And it goes on forever. There is no end to the minuteness which you can unveil through physical investigation. For the simple reason that the investigation itself is what is chopping things into pieces. And the sharper you can sharpen your knife, the finer you can cut it. And the knife of the intellect is very sharp indeed. And the sophisticated instruments that we can now make, well, there's probably no limit to it. But in a way, all that is vain knowledge. In a way. Because you see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved your problem. When you have controlled certain things and you have solved certain problems, practical problems, you say, fine, more of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember the troubles of going to a dentist when you were children, or some of you when you were children, of medicine, of badly heated homes, of all sorts of things that we don't put up with anymore. But the problem is we keep running into this thing that all constant stimulations of consciousness become unconscious.
And when we take it as a matter of course to have certain comforts, then we switch the level on which we worry. When you solve a whole set of problems, people find new ones to worry about. And after a while, you begin to get that haven't we been here before feeling. Aren't we just going round on a cycle and doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're chasing our own tails? By an eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the hide and seek. That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the Pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore came out by the same door as in I went. The thing is to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence. With every tiny little atom of your body. You now, at this minute, you see, are the whole system of inning and outing. In other words, you often think perhaps, maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach the point where I wake up from manifestation and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme reality behind all this diversification. My friends, there is no diversification. In other words, what you call diversification is your game. In the same way as you chop the thing and then you say it is made of pieces. But you forget that you cut it. And so when you see the world is complicated and that there are life problems and that you might one day succeed, see, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they call that is success, and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, the guru is keeping you running and running after spiritual attainment. You don't know what you want. See, where Krishnamurti is so clever. Because he says, if you ask me for enlightenment, how can you ask me for enlightenment? If you don't know what it is, how do you know you want it? Is it any concept you have of it will be simply a way of trying to perpetuate the situation you're already in. If you think you know what you're going out for, all you're doing is you're seeking the past. What you already know, what you've already experienced. Therefore, that's not it, is it? Because you say you're looking for something quite new. But what do you mean new? What's your conception of something new? Well, you figure I can only think about it in terms of something old. Something I once had. So he doesn't say anything. He doesn't indicate anything positively. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on to? Well, the simple answer is it would be spurious. You don't need anything to hang on to. You're it. You don't need a religion. But then you say, well, what is all this religious stuff about then? Why don't we just forget it and try? By all means, just go away. Don't go to gurus. Don't go to church. Don't enter philosophical discussions. Forget it. But then you'll realize that by having consented to forget it, you're still seeking. What a trap. What can you do? You see, if you stay here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around here, you're fooling yourself. But if you go away, you're fooling yourself too. Because you still think that's going to improve your situation.
It won't. And therefore, when you discover that it doesn't, you think, well, maybe it was a mistake to go away, and you come back to the Guru. And he looks at you and says, you are very undisciplined, very inferior student. And you need to apply yourself. Well, as I explained what he's doing. But it comes down in a way to a sort of contest with the Guru. You see? Will you call his bluff? You're afraid to. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. Well, that's what you're supposed to find out. But without being cynical about it. He's as divine as you are. But you've got to call the bluff. There's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation's a double bind. Because it doesn't do any good to stay here, and it doesn't do you any good to go away. Either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now then, there's something else. When you understand that, and when you realize that there's nothing to realize, because it's all here, then what are you going to do? Well, of course, this is the sense of the Zen poem. Supernatural activity and marvelous power, drawing water, carrying fuel. You know? Do whatever one does as a human being. But there's a little element of philistinism in that. It's like when a child is pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the deepest metaphysical problems. They say, oh, shut up and eat your donut. And I wouldn't say that, you see, at this point. Because life, as one looks at it, you see, is in fact a celebration of itself. When you look out at night at the stars and you really wonder, good God, what is all that about? Well, it's a firework display. And it's celebrating High Holy Day. It's whoopee. And the whole world is whoopee. It's a kind of exuberance. And therefore the proper function of religion is digging this. It's not seeking. It's not seeking anything. But is, in a way, thanksgiving. That's why, of course, the Christians were right in calling the Mass the Eucharist, the Thanksgiving. Only they had such a complicated way of thinking about it that nobody could understand it. So in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whoopee. They are not something you do in order to attain anything. They are like art forms, like dancing. They are expressive of attainment, of the attainless attainment. So here's another hang-up for you. When you go to Mr. Suzuki, who runs the Zen Center, he's a good disciple of Dogen, who brought Zen, a certain school of Zen to Japan in the 13th century. Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. Because the minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating. So you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for anything. And therefore, you realize what a great thing it is to be able to sit. And what a great thing it is not to dissect the world with your analytical intellect. To be able to look out at the water or the trees or the floor and the light on it in front of you without calling it light or floor or trees or thinking that it has parts or thinking that it's complicated. It isn't. So when you can sit without thinking, not with an empty mind, mind you, I'm going back to that point, not with an empty mind, but just a non-analytic mind, a non-probing mind, where you're not creating problems all the time by trying to control it, by trying to control your mind, by trying to control your experience, what you see and hear. You then just simply discover that there is no way of controlling what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is you. And to try and really fundamentally control that is just going around in a circle. So if I would say to you now, what you have to learn is to let it happen, that's wrong too. There's no one to let it happen. If I say to you, accept your experience, be calm and open to things, that again perpetuates the illusion that you're something different from. So we go round and round. But if there are some people who want to get together, and like we would get together to play poker, or to have a walk, go fishing, or sail a boat, if there are some people who want to get together to meditate, and to have rituals, and to chant, great. It's an art form. And you can only use it and make it a good art form if you're not using it to get something. And this is what really is the bane of temples all over the world. You go into Buddhist temples where they theoretically don't believe in any God, but there are the people praying. And they're all doing it in order that we get a male child next time around, or that the horse recover from a disease, or that mama gets cured of the dropsy, and all these petitions are going on and on and on. People always coming to the temple to ask for something. Lowbrow people for lowbrow things, highbrow people for highbrow things. And there all the vendors sit outside and sell souvenirs and magic and charms, and all the people go in and do this. And all these serious priests sitting there, really having to keep up face and say, yes, we can provide these services. On the other hand, if you go in to one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, and have a ball, buy a bead, buy a candle, buy a this, buy that, buy some incense, go in, dig this great thing going on, salute the Buddhas, or the crystal altars, or the crucifixes, or what you will, but don't take it seriously. And this is one of the great important transformations of today in our consciousness, is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be taken seriously. This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priests laugh across the altars. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they've got a racket going, and they don't believe one word of it, and they're laughing across the altar because of all these suckers around doing it, then it's true. The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altar because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg chanting a sutra. That's a thing to hear. Because there's people going, they go on for interminably, it's a bore. They're sick of it, but they get paid for it. This is magical. But when Allen Ginsberg chants a sutra, everybody gets in a circle and he gets these little bells, and they get going. It's like a jam session, where everybody is absolutely delighted. Well, that's the way to do it. And if you can't do it that way, forget it. in terms of what God is like, by analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called cataphatic, from the Greek pheme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say, to speak by analogy. Where he used, though, entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic, and the word apo meaning away from, to talk away from, just as a sculptor, when he makes an image, reveals the image by removing stone. And so Dionysius explained that one attains the knowledge of God by discarding concepts, which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say neti, neti, not this, not this, not any conception. So thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge. Now, people have greatly misunderstood this. They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought, you went on to discard perception, you went on to discard any kind of sensory content in awareness, until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by nirvikalpa samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world, that he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen, known as Huinan, described people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood. He said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof. He said it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, or like space, because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe. And so in the same way, the state of mind of a person who is truly enlightened is not empty. It contains everything. But like space, it is not stained by what it contains. And it's often said in Zen imagery, you can't hammer a nail into space. You can't spit on the sky and soil it. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say that consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual, which is, of course, what purity generally means in the Western world. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. A person who's pure in heart is generally understood as one who never has any naughty thoughts. You know what naughty means? Means vain, negative, empty. A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything. There's just nothing. That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of contemplation existed not only in India, from which it was transmitted to China, but also in the West. You read many treatises on Western mysticism, and there's still the feeling that getting into a deep, deep trance, sometimes called rapture, again, the word rapture has undergone some transformation. We talk about rapture as people being beside themselves with pleasure. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as meaning in a state of high pleasure. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. As Arabs say of all crazy people, be kind to them. They're not here, their soul is with God. But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting in a trance like a lump on a log with a perfectly blank mind. Because if that were the highest state of consciousness, it would be an exclusive state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something. Not being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. And so they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude anything, which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved and finite. So, if you want to think incidentally of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in the Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined, and it has only one side and only one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. Now, we'd have to do one extra move on a serpent to make it into a Klein bottle. You'd have to tuck its head through the side of its skin and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Klein bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state, the state of samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not rapt, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl off into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, is a very curious problem. Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance. And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. The same could be said of LSD. A medicine, not a diet. Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door, or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick into the house. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say, what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. I think a good definition of a parasite is the person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you into. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself. Because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years and acquire a great deal of money by so doing. But what he does is another thing. He tries to give them the put down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, you see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing. And that keeps you working. Not all the time. You're being talked out. It's like someone who's a pickpocket and he's stolen your own watch and is selling it to you. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this. If you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of a mystical experience, you become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better, no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the middle. Any one can be considered as the center one. Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, really, from that point of view, there is nothing to do to attain Buddhahood. Nothing at all. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing. Is what's called you. Only, of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their heads. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Yajnadatha. And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking in the wrong side of the mirror. And he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you are perfectly well aware of your head. Only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view on other people's heads, because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes people, you see. So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence and nerve finally to say, thank you. So long as they can, you see, they're going to go on doing it because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it to you anymore. Then they'll grab you it. And so, one of Rinzai's students, after he saw through it, said, well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all. Of course there wasn't. He said boldly and straight out, my teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child. You know, when you play games with a child and pretend you've got something here, the child goes into all kinds of tizzy to get you to open your hand and show what it is, and then there's nothing. Fooled. So you, as long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't ask the question anymore. Because it's all become clear. Lao Tzu puts it in this way, the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And when merits are accomplished, it lays no claim to them. The more, therefore, you relinquish power, trust others, the more powerful you become. But in such a way that instead of having to lie awake nights, controlling everything, you do it beautifully by trusting the job to everyone else. And they carry it on for you.